Oh my god. Hello. Wait, let me get music before I talk. Hello. Hi, Grid. Hi, Aro. Hi, Unseal. Hi, who else talked? Sunflower. Hello. How's it going? Um, I'm a little sad today, I'm being honest. Because, earlier today, like, basically when I woke up, I found out my favorite streamer is retiring. And I'm just like, oh, okay, that's cool. I don't know what I'm gonna do now. I don't know what I'm gonna watch while editing now. What the fuck, bro? But, you know, if that's what he wants to do, obviously, I have to respect it. But, yeah, it hurts a lot. So, yeah. That's how I feel. It's kind of like, I don't know, it's kind of like losing a friend, I guess. But yeah, who's your favorite streamer? His name was Chilled Chaos. I watched him because someone I used to watch played Mario Kart with him. And then, yeah. I just thought he was funny, and so I just kept watching and yeah, basically I just always watched his streams whenever he went live if I wasn't live, so yeah. But yeah, that's really, I don't know. That's really it. Other than that, for some reason, my short did really good today. I don't know why. I was so sad when MapPat retired, but I did stop watching a lot of his stuff. Oh no, my streamer, like, bro, I watched him. I watch him whenever he goes live, so. And, like, I watch him while editing. Like, he helps me, like, edit a lot, so it's just like, huh. What do I do now? Because I can't watch YouTube videos while editing. I need to watch, I need to watch a stream. I can't watch YouTube videos while editing, like, because I feel like I need to pay attention to YouTube videos. But on live streams, like, you know, I don't really feel like I had to pay attention. I was at the library watching a stream and eating beans and I got clowned on by a teenager. You should clown on him back. Me when Ray, true. I could watch Ray, they are friends, but, I don't know. I don't know, like, there's just something about, you know, Chill that I just, like, yeah, that I really, like, you know, related to, I guess, or just, you know, connected with, and so, yeah, I don't know. It is gonna be hard trying to find another streamer. But, yeah, how are you guys doing? I'm really excited for Pokemon. Ouch. I'm really excited for Pokemon. And you know what? I'm so excited for Pokemon, I'm gonna ignore what you guys are saying right now, and I will play Pokemon right now. Yeah, that's it. It's Pokemon. Oh. It, okay, there we go. What the hell? Hi, Kazuma. Hi, Enox. How are you doing? How are you guys doing? Why do you do this again? Wait, what if I just do this? Oh. What if I do that? Okay. Why does it do this? You know what? Yeah, whatever. I'll just do, yeah, there you go. There you go. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Did I just see green line went down the screen? You did. Oh wait, this is fire red, isn't it? Oh, this is fire red. Let's see. Oh yeah, look at my wallpaper. Sorry, this is scuffed. Look at my wallpaper. Sorry, I saw Pokemon and I was like, oh yeah, that's Emerald. It wasn't Emerald. This one should be Emerald, maybe. Yeah, there we go. Actual cloud over? Yeah, I literally just saw Pokemon. I was like, oh yeah, this is the right one. It wasn't the right one. Well. But yeah, I haven't played this game yet. I don't know anything about this game. Oh fuck, I hate that it does that. But yeah, I think, I don't know, I think the last time I saw something about this game, I was like, in the single digits, or maybe I was like 12 or something when I was just watching someone play this for some reason. And then that's it. I don't know what to expect. All I've heard is that this is, you know, a lot of people's favorite Pokemon game, so Yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll see what happens. I am excited for it though. It's a lot of water. Oh, I love water. But like... Oh wait, I had to go to options. Oh well. Oh well, it's fine. It's... Who the fuck is this? He looks like a chud. Sorry to keep you waiting. Welcome to the world of Pokemon. My name is Birch, but everyone calls me the Pokemon Professor. What? He looks like a chud. He looks like a Redditor. I'm sorry. This is what we call him, Pokemon. This world is widely inhabited by creatures known as Pokemon. We humans live alongside Pokemon at times as friendly playmates and at times as cooperative workmates. And sometimes we band together. I had to speed up the text. I had to. I didn't do it. In fact, there are many secrets surrounding Pokemon. To unravel Pokemon mysteries, I've been undertaking research. That's what I do. And you are... Are you a boy or are you a girl? I think I'm a girl. I don't know. Alright, what's your name? I think my name is... How do I lowercase? Oh wait, I don't have a lot of space for this. Oh well. I'll still try. I think this is my name. It's barely enough. Yeah, that's my name. But you're a boy? Yeah. That's my name. You're Solaria, who's moving to my hometown of Littleroot. I get it now. I don't get it now. Alright, are you ready? Your very own adventure is about to unfold. Take courage and leap into the world of Pokemon where dreams, adventure, and friendships await. I'll be waiting for you later. You can see my Pokemon lab. Sorry, I thought I saw something on my right side, because I have my laptop there, and I thought I saw something moving. Am I just in the truck with... Bro. Why am I in the truck with all this shit? Oh, that's so dangerous. This could have squished me. That's crazy. Already I could have been killed. Solaria, we're here, honey. It must be tiring riding with our things in the moving truck. Well, this is Littleroot Town. How do you like it? This is our new home. It has a quaint feel, but it seems to be an easy place to live. Why could I be on, like, the passenger side, whatever? And you get your own room. Let's go inside. Wait, I didn't know. Truck-coon boy. See, Solaria, isn't it nice in here, too? The movers Pokemon do all the work of moving us in and cleaning up after. This is so convenient. Solaria, room is upstairs. Go check it out. Dear Dad brought you... Wait, I have a dad? Oh my god. Finally. Finally, I have a dad. What the hell? What is battle scene? And what is battle style? I don't know any of this. I don't know what any of this means. Oh wait, I could change the frame. Wait, this fits. I'm gonna see if there's something better though. This kind of fits too. That's cute. Okay, that one or this? I think I like this one more. Hi, Cohen, how's it going? Your mom's so responsible, just stumbling in the back of the truck. I know! Okay, what is battle scene and what is battle style? Like, what does this mean? I don't know what this means. Whatever. Hello. Boogie. I don't know what any of this means. I don't play this game. Scene equal animations? Oh. Oh, so if I want it to be fast, I take this off. Okay. What's battle style? I have a GameCube. Wait, I'm rich. A Game Boy Advance. Wait, I'm actually rich. Oh my god, this is my dream. Mom might like this program, better get going. What do you want me to do? Solaria flipped open the notebook. Adventure rule number 1, open the menu with star. Yeah, whatever. Style will let you shift Pokemon between trainer battles. Shift means you can swap Pokemon after you faint an opponent. Set means you can't. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Do full body so people... I mean, if you go to purple after you can see it. I can't show that on TikTok. Mailbox. There's no mail. Decoration. I'm gonna oh, what the fuck? I want to decorate. I have a potion. Yippee. I have a potion. The clock has stopped. Better set it and start it. Wait, there's time? Do I have to set it to my actual time? What is it? My username on TikTok. That's what it is. Do I? I mean, what's the point? You know what? It'll be this. Yeah, that's the correct time. Day and night is only important for one area in the game. Okay, how do you like your room? Good, everything's put away neatly. They managed moving everything in downstairs too. And it's super optional. The police look on your house. We said it's the wrong time. Okay. Pokemon movers are still convenient. You should make sure that everything's still there at your desk. It's Petalburg Gym. Maybe Dad will. Oh wait, my dad. What the fuck? I have a dad. There are some spots that rely on the tides of what? We brought you this report from. I mean, I was gonna play it at the same time, so it's like, I don't know. Uh-oh. Professor Birch is his name. He lives right next door, so you should go over and introduce yourself. But like, if it's nothing else important, then I don't really care. I guess. But, you know, for that one area, it's like, whoa, that's crazy. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do this. Professor Birch, Professor Way on fieldwork, Ergo isn't here. All I'm explaining with fieldwork is, it is to study things in a natural environment like fields and mountains. I don't really know if it affects if you can get Spiel or not. Oh, I don't care about Spiel. I don't want Spiel. Several laboratory professors when for doing desk work, he's the type of person who would rather go outside and experience things than read about them here. Well, it's a book that's too hard to read. I'm gonna steal all his Pokemon on his PC. His Nintendo PC, that's what it is. I have a dad, but he doesn't understand and he just moved and never visit your mom, so, I'm a child of divorce. Just like real life. Oh my god, it's the perfect game for me. Crazy. That's actually crazy. Oh, hello, and you are? Oh, you're Celaya, our new next-door neighbor. Hi, we have a son about the same age as you. Our son was excited about making a new friend. Our son is upstairs, I think. Well... TV, Dad might like this program. Better get going. Who's this Chud? Do you already have your own Pokemon? No, I'm a Chud. She's just like me. At least your stepdad isn't Mr. I mean, that is true. Oh. Hello, this is mine now. Hey, you, who are you? Oh, you're Celaya, aren't you? Moved in next door, right? I didn't know that you're a girl. Professor Birch said our new next door neighbor is a gym leader's kid, so I assumed you'd be a guy. Oh, what the fuck? He's sexist. My name's Brendan, so hi, neighbor. Hey, Celaya, don't you have a Pokemon? Do you want to go catch one? Ah, darn, I forgot I'm supposed to go help my dad catch some wild Pokemon. Some other time, okay? Can I steal this? I can't steal it. What the fuck? Pokemon fully restored, items all pet, okay. Oh, he sucks. Everyone hates me already. What did I do? I'm gonna talk to this guy. If you use a PC, you can store items and Pokemon power assigned to staggering. A town that can't be shaded. Okay, I don't care about that guy. You know? I can't run, so I don't really care. Until I can run, then I care. But now I can't run, so whatever. Hi, there's scary Pokemon outside. I can hear their cries. I want to go see what's going on, but I don't have any Pokemon. Can you go see what's happening for me? Sure. Oh my god, Zigzagoon! Wait, I love him. He's gonna be my HM slave. I don't know what to name him though. Hello, you have a bag. You suck. Oh. 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 Yeah. That's my bitch right there. This is my bitch. Yeah, I'm choosing Mudkip. Cat and squishy time, yeah. What the fuck? Why did he do so much damage? I like Mudkips. Wait, I can't wait to show you guys the theme. Though, to be fair, the name that I'm gonna give the Mudkip kinda does not fit at all, except for, like, its ground typing. But yeah, I was in the tall grass studying about Pokemon and I was jumped. You say to me, thanks a lot. He actually said he got jumped. That's crazy. Bro got jumped. Hi, you're Solaria. It's not the place to chat, so come by my Pokemon later, okay? Oh, hello, I'm here. I've heard so much about you from your father. I've heard that you don't have your own Pokemon yet. But the way you battled earlier, you pulled it off with aplomb. I guess you have your father's blood in your veins after all. Oh yes, thanks for rescuing me. I like it to have the Pokemon you used earlier. Let me name it. Let me show everyone the stupid theme. I call my Mudkip Bartholomew. Honestly, that fits. The name I'm gonna give mine does not fit, I think. I don't even know if it'll... Oh, it does fit. How do I get space? There we go. Yeah. Yeah. Here you go, this is the same. That's the same. Like I said, it kinda doesn't fit it. Except for the ground typing, but whatever. If you work at Pokemon and gain experience, I think you'll make an extremely good trainer. My kid Brandon's also studying Pokemon while helping me out. Don't you think it might be a good I guess. Brandon should be happy too, to teach you what it means to be a trainer. Soda! I will name one Pokemon Cream Soda, not Soda though. Make of that what you will. Tell him his kid is a chud. I should've. I should've, actually. Oh, what the fuck? He's not here. He left. What the hell? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go back and tell him that his kid is a chud. That's what I'm gonna do. When I was free just a little while ago, like father, like child, man can't stay quietly at home. Okay, so I shouldn't go in the grass thing, because I can't catch any of them, and, you know, knowing my luck, I'm gonna get a shiny when I can't catch it, and like, I'm gonna want to kill myself or something, yeah. Anyway. No. Don't make me, please. No, please. No. Please, I swear. Okay, Wurmple. I'll kill you. I'll kill this guy. Rootbeer does so much damage, it's crazy. Why does Rootbeer do no, don't come on me. Fuck you. Die. Thank you. You know, I'm having fun with this game already, but it's Pokemon, so I guess that's to be expected. Pokemon is funny. Pokemon's a funny series. String shot, Beedrill, PTSD. Porky Man, hello Leiru. How's it going? You'll never guess the Pokemon I chose. I chose fire types the last 2 Pokemon games. You'll never guess what I chose now. Except you actually won't. When can I run? Let me run, please. I'm so impatient. I need to run. Oh my god, please. What the hell? Where am I? When Pokemon battle, they eventually level up and become stronger. Okay, bye. Actually, I should probably talk to that other guy. Whatever. He looks like a nerd. Okay, never mind. It's all just tutorials. See, that's the thing. I never talked to him in the beginning, and so I miss, like, the shit they could give me. Do I have money? I don't know if I have money. Let me get money! Oh yeah, wait. I need to show you my Pokemon. Look at this guy. Look at this chud right here. Look at him! I love him! That's what I'm... Oh. Okay, so you're just like every other starter so far. Welcome, how am I need to... Do I have money? I can't buy balls. Fuck you. I don't like Trico, actually. I like Mudkip and Torchic. I was like, it was such a hard choice, but then I was like, you know, I used Fire type 2 times in a row. I'm just gonna use Mudkip. I want to take a rest and take my progress. But yeah, that's why I chose Mudkip. Literally the only reason. That's right. Yeah, I don't know. And Pokemon Battle starts to win. I mean, I also love Blaziken, but I also like, you know, yeah, Swampert. Mudkip is the logically correct choice. Wait, please don't come in here. I discovered the footprints of a rare Pokemon, so I've been sketching them, okay? What the hell? Okay, wait, oh no, okay, I'll just go up here, I guess. Oh, here's Route 103. Okay, I found it. Finally, where's the little chud oh, there he is. I will kill him, I guess. I don't have balls, please! Oh, Wingull. I don't want you. Do I want you? Just for Fly? I don't know, I'm gonna kill you. That is what I've decided. Ouch. I will kill you for Fly. I wish I could catch you. Oh well. Okay, so I do need to get Zigzagoon though, right? For good HM slave. Like, is that a good choice? Okay, so it's this one and that one that live on Route 103. Hey, it's Alaria. Oh yeah, Dad gave you a Pokemon. Since we're here, how about a little battle? I'll teach you what being a trainer is about. Yeah, okay. I will get Zigzagoon. Zigzagoon will be mine, I guess. Or something. Wait, you chose the Pokemon weaker to me? Oh, that's when it started? Oh, okay. I forgot you're weak to this. I'll just use it. Ouch. Okay, no, it did nothing. Oh, but your accuracy fell, whatever. I have a potion, it's fine. Also, he's almost fucking dead. Well, 69. Well, level 7, I'm cool. That's crazy. You're not too shabby. I'm not. I'm so cool. You're not Fire Star. Oh yeah, I forgot. Oh yeah, I forgot already. Whoopsie. It's been a week since I last played Pokemon. I already forgot everything, you know? Like, it's crazy. That's why I had to play them constantly, or else I'll forget everything. To be fair, I did. Like, when I last played Pokemon before I started streaming, I think before ZA, the last time I played Pokemon was like, like almost a year? I'm heading back to my dad's lab now, so you should hustle back. And then, yeah, I literally just forgot everything before I played ZA. And so, you know, that was kind of funny, just forgetting literally everything and then wanting to play it again. That, I mean, I think it's been known that I have memory issues. So yeah, I literally forget everything. Lol. It's funny, you know, that it be like that. But you know what? Whatever. It's just great. I can't run. Brain problems, yeah. There was only memory issues that impact me. You're a clown. I'm just forgetful. Let me run, please. I want to run. Oh, hi, Solar. I heard you beat Brennan on your first try. That's excellent. Brennan's been helping with my research for a long time. He fucking sucks. Here, I ordered this for my research, but I think you should have this Pokedex. Let me run, please. Let me buy balls, please. I need balls. Yes, whatever. I need balls. When my kid catches a rare Pokemon and requests a data in the Pokedex, my Brennan looks for me while I'm out doing field works and shows me. Tristan, you're a clown for me. I need to run, please. Oh, thank you. I got balls. What the hell? What the hell? I'm getting ready. Larry, where are you? You know what? I'll do it this time. Hi, Raijin. How's it going? I didn't see who followed, but thanks for the follow, Hong Kong. How are you doing? Hello. My name is Celeste Solaria. I'm a Bat Clown VTuber. I mainly play Nintendo and horror games. And I just been playing through all of the Pokemon games lately, and yeah, now I'm on Emerald. And I just found out that, you know, basically that I love Pokemon, so yeah. Nice to meet you. Hello, how's it going? How's your stream? What were you playing? Wait, Solaria, did you introduce yourself to Professor Birch? Oh, what an adorable Pokemon. You got it from Professor Birch? How nice. You're your father's child, alright? You look good together with Pokemon. You're only if you're going out on an adventure. Thank you, finally! Pokemon's so good, I love the decision. You're playing modded Skyrim. Well, I've been wanting to play Skyrim. Like, that's one of those games that I'm just like, yeah, I've been wanting to play for a long time, just never got around to it. Kind of like Pokemon, but yeah. Now I'm playing Pokemon, so maybe the same can happen with Skyrim. Haha. Hi, Silhouette. Oh wait, I think you're the one who followed. Yeah, thanks for the follow. I concur. But yeah, I don't know, because before I play Skyrim, I'd want to play Oblivion or something. But yeah. Anyway, time to try and find a Zigzagoon. Give me, that's the, what the fuck? Poochyena. I love Poochyena, but I don't want this. Bye. Poochyena's one of my favorite Pokemon. I don't know, I just like, what the fuck? I need my raccoon. I need my raccoon. Gotta start with Serena. No. 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 Okay, I don't know why it took so long. Okay, I'm guessing Zigzagoon is not here. Maybe somewhere else, but not here. I like Morrowind best, but it's kind of weird in NF2s. I think the only Elder Scrolls games I would play is Oblivion and Skyrim, if I am being real. Though after this, I'm not gonna play Platinum. I'm gonna play Colosseum, by the way. So I am playing a weird Pokemon game. I'm gonna play Colosseum and then Gale of Darkness after this. Fuck yeah. Because I did grow up watching someone play Colosseum. And, yeah. I love me some Hotball game. Wait, do I get... Bro, where do I get my Zigzagoon? I need it! Like, everyone does Platinum? Yeah. I mean, Platinum's good. Like, there's a reason everyone loves Platinum. There's a reason everyone loves the DS era of Pokemon games. Oh my, what? 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 What's happening? I don't know what's happening. I need to show you Dogs in Love after you finish. Wormpole. Wait, what's that? What are you talking about? What the fuck? What the fuck? You know, I'm just kind of going until I find a Zigzagoon. Or like any Pokemon that I want. Because I honestly don't know where they are. I did not want to go over there. I know the Pokemon I want. I don't know where they spawn. But I don't think I'll get all of my team in one stream like usual. Because I kind of noticed that I usually go for early game Pokemon. But yeah, I don't think I'm gonna get all of my team. Sadly. I don't know. I think I like my team though. Oh, I can kill you. If I have Pokemon with you, then you're an official Pokemon trainer. You can't say no to my challenge. I will try to get them though. Oh wait, Aro, but can you tell me where to find Kirlia? Because you said that was a rare spawn. And so you know. What, bro? Rots is on this route? Okay. Not Kirlia, Rots. I told you, I'm already forgetting everything. Oh my god, bro. Rots is easy. Why am I getting wait, why are there so many criticals happening? That's scaring me, I don't like that. Of course you want- yeah, of course I want Rots. Bro, Psychic type in Gen 3? And it's Gardevoir? Like, yeah, of course. Of course. Now this stupid fucking Poochyena. I hate you. Okay, I don't like Poochyena anymore. I don't like Poochyena anymore. Get it away from me. Please. You know, I could just take the experience. But, like, I don't know. Oh, Zigzagoon, yay. Okay, I can get this bitch. Did you see the shiny God of War plushie I retweeted? I don't think so. I don't really see you on my timeline for some reason. Please don't kill, please don't kill. Actually, it might kill you. Whatever. I shouldn't have done that. Yeah, I got it, bro. What's with all these crits? I don't like this. I know. I don't know why I barely see you on my timeline, but I don't. It's weird. It's actually really weird, because, like, I don't know. Like, I interact with your tweets, obviously. But it's on my private account, so maybe you don't see, like, the notification. But also... I don't know what I was gonna say. I don't think you're shadow banned either. Tridago's fucked. It is. I liked one tweet for, like, one game, and then, like, instantly I just started getting all those games. It's probably didn't know, yeah. Wait, I could have gotten Ludicolo, whatever. I don't want Ludicolo. I love Ludicolo, but I don't want Ludicolo. Yeah, it goes so fucked. Yeah. I really liked one tweet for like one game that I don't even care about, and then like all of a sudden my timeline is just that one game that I don't even care about anymore. No. It fucking sucks. I think it's just because Iago's making me depressed. That's why you block all the accounts that make you depressed, because that's what I did. Now my timeline is just porn. Hell yeah. Okay, no, it's mainly art of games that I like. And porn. Why can't I find it? Why can't I find it? Why is this lost child here? You said routes is easy, I can't fucking find it. I use it for art, but when the art runs out, I can't believe you don't want Ludicolo. I love Ludicolo, but I already have a water type, and there's a different grass type I want to get. So yeah, that's why. That's why I don't want Ludicolo. Like yeah, I love Ludicolo, but I don't want it. I'll use a different Mexican Pokemon in another game, maybe. Or maybe I'll use Ludicolo in, Coliseum and Gale of Darkness. I don't know. We'll see. I think I'm gonna have to break the repeat Pokemon rule for Coliseum and Gale of Darkness just because, you know, the game kind of gives you an Espeon, and you know, Espeon is really good, so yeah. Like, it just gives you a free Espeon and Umbreon, so yeah. Hi Kuja, how's it going? Okay, I found a Zigzagoon. I'll just tackle you and then I'll try to catch you. Why'd I almost kill you? Yeah. Yeah. Espeon is the best. I mean, yeah, and it gives you a free Espeon and Umbreon, so it's like, yeah, I gotta use the Espeon. Rubbing its nose against the ground, it always wanders about back and forth in search of something. It's distinguished by the zigzag footprints it leaves. What do I name it? Oh wait, no, actually I have a name. I have a name for it. Just because one of my friends is a raccoon VTuber. Rabies? Oh, I didn't get it. What the fuck? Never fought you? Oh my god. What the hell? Not the Wurmple. Please kill it. I'm dead. I'm not dead. So it's the same with names? Well, you see its name is Root Beer. You're gonna guess, I guess. I know a rabbit VTuber. Also no raccoon. Yeah, it is different, maybe. Because this raccoon VTuber is one of my friends, one of my followers, one of my oomps. Oomps. Yeah. That's oomp right there. Fuck you, Rick. I hate the word oomp so much. Bro, that's oomp. What do you mean? It is oomp. Like, it's widowy oomp right there. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to tell you. Also, are you sure Routes is on this route, or am I just getting really unlucky? I don't know. I feel like... I feel like I'm being lied to again. What route is this 102? 5%? Oh, okay. That's why I'm getting really unlucky. Fuck you, Wurmbolt. I don't care about you. Wait, what's the first gym? Cause I don't think I have a type advantage. Was it the one before? Just keep going. Just keep going and you'll get it in the first few routes. Okay. I don't know where Routes is. Oh, rock? Okay, then I do have a type advantage. Okay, I think. Wait, it's weak to ground, right? I am Mud Slap, it's fine. I know rock is weak to so many things. I mean, I also have water, what am I saying? I don't have a water type move though. Yeah, what am I saying? I don't know why I'm trying to think like this. Maybe I'm more tired than I thought. I don't know. I just be doing shit, you know? Oh my god, Zigzagoon! Yeah, root beer! Root beer, yeah! Also, I'm sad. Cause, you know, in Soul Silver, my starter was a woman. What the fuck is your problem? And in this one, you know, it's a man. I'm sad. I wanted the all-woman team accidentally again. I'm also so fucking sleepy. That's what I wanted, Tallow. Oh well. It's fine. Maybe. Reaper's a good boy. Maybe. Yeah, see? If he was a good boy, he wouldn't do that. He wouldn't kill children. For my benefit. Bye. Come on, Routes, please. That's a fucking Poochyena. I hate you. Why would you do this to me? I think I actually need to, like, grind for the Routes, because, oh my god, this sucks. Give me. Yes, thank you. I'm gonna keep winning and aim to be the best trainer. Help me further my career. Bro, all I got is my starter and, like, an HM slave. And you want me to fight you? And my starter is already about to evolve. Like, it's crazy. What do you want me to do? You're giving me too much. Like, not now, but you know, like 6 more levels maybe. Oh, thank you. I finally have a water move. Shroomish. I want that too. You know what? Go kill him. I give you permission. You will probably die. You do no damage. Oh, it's gonna take forever. I should've just kept it, whatever. I was afraid of that, though. Like, I knew you had something. Okay, whatever. My HN slave will die, but it's fine, because I really don't need it right now. No! What the fuck? No, what the fuck? Bye. Go, root beer. Kill him. Oh wow, you actually did this. Okay, whatever. I should just kept you. I don't know. I ended up furthering your career. Yeah, you did, buddy. I need it. I got a potion, but I need it, please. Give me rounds, please. Please. No. What percent is Lotad 2? I'm guessing Lotad is like 15% or something. I don't know. Oh, I'm already here. What the fuck? I don't want to be here. I want Ralts. Actually, I'm gonna look this up. Emerald Ralts location. Okay, the tall grass between 102 and Petalburg. Oh, it literally has to. Okay, I literally had to find it right now. Oh, that fucking sucks. Wait, can I even catch it right now? Does it have teleport? I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I will just buy more balls. Yeah, I will just buy more balls. No, I don't want 11 balls. I'll buy like 4. Funny rolls. Like, I think I need better balls, right? Cause like, I don't know. You don't only have grout? Okay. You know, good enough for me. Good enough for me. Let's see if I can find it. And hope I don't fucking kill it. No! I don't want these worms! Get them away! Please. 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 Get worm. I hate these guys. These guys, I hate. Get rid of them. Get rid of them. Get rid of them. Can't wait for the real bosses to show up. Oh, yeah. Oh, wait. Wait, see that? Oh, in this game, it doesn't matter what gender it is? It'll always be Gardevoir? Oh, I thought it had to be a woman. Because, you know, later games, it has to be a woman for Gardevoir. Okay, I see. I understand now. I'll name it Leiru. I won't name it Leiru. Gotta recommend both genders? Okay, I see. I already have you, go away. Only Galenius female? Okay. I see. I understand. I understand so much. Okay. Okay, 5%. That's, yeah, 5%. I've gotten worse. I've had worse odds. You know, it's happened before. I've had worse odds. I can do this. I can do this. Yeah, I can do this. Oh my god. I feel like I might as well just get the Lotad or something, I don't know. You know what? Fuck you. I don't care. Lotad is cool. I like Ludicolo. But like I said, I might use Ludicolo in another playthrough, who knows. We'll see what happens. Cause yeah, I don't know what my team will be for Colosseum or Gale of Darkness, cause I don't plan that far ahead. I only plan for the next game. And you know, I'm not even done with this game yet, so like, it doesn't even matter. I need that 5%. Please. And then look, I'm gonna seal rods. I'm gonna attack it. I'm gonna, like, accidentally crit it, and then it's gonna die. I'm telling you, that's what's gonna happen. And then I had to do it over again. And I don't want to do that. I really don't want to do that. Please. Just give me the routes. Please. I need it. I need it. Please. No. Why am I only finding Lotads? What's wrong with me? You have awful luck, by the way? I do. I love that you're just finding this out. Did you not see the Fire Red? Oh wait, you weren't there. Yeah. No, in Fire Red, bro. It was my luck. It was like, I don't know. And now I'm back on Gen 3, so you know, my luck again, it'll be like, I don't know. I knew this would happen too. I knew my luck would be awful once I went back to Gen 3. I just feel like Gen 3 hates me. After playing Fire Red, I'm pretty sure this gen hates me. So yeah. The game. What do you mean the game won't let me goon? I don't want Gardevoir for gooning purposes. I want her because she's a good Pokemon. Get it right. If I chose my Pokemon based on gooning purposes, then I would have like half the teams I made. Like, how do you not have routes 47 minutes after going straight for them? I don't know. I mean, to be fair, it's more like 30 minutes. Oh, there it is. Yay! Okay, you know what? I'll just chance it right now. Just to see. Because either low level Pokemon, it might just work. Yeah, okay. Yippee! And male routes too. A rat has the power to sense the emotions of people and Pokemon with the horns on its head. It takes cover if it senses any hostility. I do. Your name is... Crave... How do I... Yeah... Wait, what is fit? Oh, it will fit. Where is it? Soda. Yeah. There we go. It's green like green soda. It's green and white like and red like green soda. That's why I was like, yeah, it's cute. It's a cute name. Charizard should be a legendary Pokemon. I mean, Charizard's not that good. Like, not one of the best starters. Doesn't that mean it becomes Gallade? Gallade didn't exist in Gen 3. So, it'll become a Gardevoir. Yeah, it's kind of funny. It's not like Combi, where like, you know, if it's a male, it doesn't become Vespiquen, or whatever it's called. It'll always become Gardevoir. Gallade needs Dawnstone. Happy for Walls. Wait, did Gallade exist in Gen 3, or is that misinformation? I'm looking this up. Oh no, Gen 4, yeah. Gallade Gen 4? Yeah, okay. Hi, Bland Beans, how's it going? My face is reflected in the water. It's a shining grin full of hope. Or could it be a look of somber silence, struggling with fear? What do you see reflected in your face? You're doing good? That's good. I got a Rots. I'm so cool. Traveling is wonderful. When I was young, I named the seas and the mountains. Wow. Okay, let me see, where I get the other Pokemon I want. Because I'm pretty sure... Yeah, okay. It's after this. I was like, I'm pretty sure it's after this, maybe. Petalburg City Gym Leader Norman, a man in pursuit of power. Glad my streamer took Mud Kids. I mean, maybe a rookie trainer. Do you know what Pokemon trainers do when they reach a new town? They first check what kind of gym is in town. Okay, I guess I voiced the tutorial. This is Petalburg City's gym. This is a gym sign. Look for it whenever you're looking for a gym. Wow, okay. Thank you, I guess. Can I go over here? No. Okay. Okay, I have to do the gym. I thought maybe, you know, I could maybe train it a little bit. No, I have to do the fucking gym. Whatever, bro. Fuck you. Die. Wait, the guy isn't here. Wait, did I just fight you already? That's actually crazy. That's actually crazy that I just fight you already. Like, okay. Whatever. What place in Solaria? So you're all finished moving in? I'm surprised that you managed to get here by yourself. Oh, I see. You're with your Pokemon. Then I guess you're going to become a trainer like me, Solaria. That's great news. I'll be looking forward to it. It's my dad. I'd like to get a Pokemon, please. My game is dying right now for some reason. Why is it dying right now? You know, good thing I saved right there. Because my game is soft-locked right now. And I cannot do anything. I'm pressing the A button, I can't do anything. No, yeah. Oh my god, wait. That's actually really lucky that I saved right there. Okay. Whatever. Whatever. Oh, my controller is fucked, so that's why. Okay. And I have to unplug my controller again then. I don't know why it does this sometimes, but sometimes it just disconnects, and I literally do not know why. Even though the light is still on. Okay. Will this work now? No. The light has gone out, but I still work. No, I mean the light is on my controller, but it's not working for some reason. I think I really just need a new controller. Because I don't know why it does this randomly. And also, I'm pretty sure it's drifting too. So yeah, I think I just need a new controller. Honestly. Because yeah, I'm staring at it right now. Hang on. Oh wait, I can't do anything, huh? Why my controller does this? Okay, wait. I mean... Do I know how to press A? I don't know how to press A. I remember it being something weird. Okay, wait, I can look at it right now, actually. But yeah, my controller is not turning back on, even though I unplugged it and plugged it back in. Why does it do this to me? I'm so glad I saved. But why does it do this to me? Mute. I'm trying to look for controls, but I can't find the controls. Because this is just settings, but... Oh, there we go. A. A. Oh, A. A is literally A, okay. That's so weird. Wait, I pressed that, whatever. Wait, is it? Hang on. Okay, yeah, it's literally A, okay. Oh, and it's still not working. I pressed it, but it's not working! What do I do? I'm pressing A and it's not working! Oh my god, and my controller's not working! I mean, I have a replacement controller, but I don't think it'll work because it's my Switch 2 controller. And, that only really works for Steam. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, hang on. Let me exit out. And then, hang on, I'm gonna look weird for a second, I'm sorry. I knew I shouldn't have deleted that. This, whatever. What did I press? I think I pressed Spotify for accidentally. I did. Go away, Spotify. Let me try to do it now. I think maybe I just had to exit out and then restart it for some reason. And I don't know why. Yeah, I literally just had to do that. Okay. That sucks. I hit emulator sometimes. What the fuck? Hello. I can get a Pokemon, please. Oh right, you're Wally, right? I'm gonna go stay with my relatives in Verdant Turf Town. I thought I would be lonely by myself, so I wanted to take a Pokemon along. But I never caught a Pokemon before. I don't know how. I see. You heard that, right? Go with Wally and make sure that he safely catches the Pokemon. While here, I'll lend you my Pokemon, Zigzagoon. Why do you have a Zigzagoon? What's wrong with you? Would you really come with me? Yeah, I guess. Bye. I fixed it. Don't worry, guys. I fixed it. I fixed it. It only took like 5 minutes, but I fixed it. Why you giving me a tutorial? Bro, why are you giving me a tutorial this late? Oh, and you find the bronze. Of course. Whatever. Hurry up, bro. I don't care anymore. Wow, Zigzagoon really sucks, huh? I didn't really get that, huh? Yeah, they do no damage. That's crazy. You should do something about that. That's actually crazy. Anyway, hang on. I'm doing something right now. But yeah, that's crazy, actually. And now you can use it. Whoa. Does he just have insane luck or what? That's crazy. Die. Did it work out? Thank you. Yes, it did. Here's your Pokemon back. Thank you for coming along with me. You two are why I was able to catch my Pokemon. I promise I'll take really good care of it. Oh, my mom's waiting for me, so I had to go. Bye. Bye. I hate you. Bye. If you want to become a strong trainer, here's my advice. Head for Rustport City beyond this town. There you should challenge the gym leader, Roxanne. After, go on to other Pokemon gyms and defeat their leaders. Collect badges from them, understood? Of course, I'm a Jillian too, will battle one day. But that's only after you become stronger. Oh, okay. You're too strong for me, I guess. Fuck you. Excuse me, let me guess. From the way you're dressed, you're a Pokemon trainer, I guess. Maybe not, your clothes aren't all that dirty. You're either a rookie trainer, or maybe you're just an ordinary kid. I'm roaming the land in search of talented trainers. I'm sorry that's taking your time. I'm talented, please. Please come back. Hello? Where am I? Where am I? I'm gonna put... Yeah, there you go. There you go. No, fuck you. Is this the new arcade machine? No. What are you talking about? No. I'm not a trainer, but that's right. Trainers lack eyes. It's a challenge to battle. If you don't want to battle, stay out of their sight. You know, you're right. There is a lot of water. Well, now I know why I got a 7.8 out of 10. There is too much water. And they should get rid of the water. They should get rid of this. Whoa, Magikarp. Perfect. Unless you have a move that kills me, which you probably do. Oh, you don't? Okay. Damn, IGN. Okay, so you only know Growl right now. Okay. So I had to raise you like a Magikarp, I guess. I understand now. I actually understand now. What? Oh, wait. Wait, the Magikarp went first? That's crazy. It's useless as a route. Okay, I see. When does it evolve into Kirlia? Because I know it's soon. Soonish, maybe. But it becomes probably the best non-legendary. Yeah. Which is why I want it. Though I noticed actually a lot of the Pokemon I want fucking suck when they're babies in this game. Like, that's what I realized. A lot of Pokemon that I want just suck as baby Pokemon. And I'm just like, huh. Well, the beginning's gonna suck for me then. But yeah. But you know, maybe I'd like the challenge. Good Pokemons are often a grind. Yeah, because they're good when they evolve, obviously, but as babies, like, oh my god, they suck. I think the only good Pokemon I'll have, like, as a baby is Mudkip. I think the other ones, like, yeah, they suck. You know, I want this Tallow just so I can have Fly, maybe. Because I don't think I'll have any Pokemon with Fly. And so I need it. Ice cover isn't that much since the evolution levels aren't high, yeah. Why is everyone getting a crit? I don't understand. Yay! Although its smart it is very courageous, it will often take on a larger Skarmory on an equal footing. However, its will weakens if it becomes hungry. What do I name it? Give me a name! What do I name it? Give me a name. Oh wait, ad break, uh-oh. Oh, this is awkward. Give me a name! You know what? This'll be my name. This is what I'm naming it, because I am so original. Yep, that's how original I am. Borb. You must have been fated to meet. May I ask you for a battle? Well, you're as original as me. You're so original, yeah. I'm actually so original, you don't understand. I'm like the most original person you've ever met, actually. Don't even try to compare me and you. And I keep moving my phone stand accidentally because I notice I keep looking in different spots. Which sucks. Ouch. Oh, what? I didn't know you could hear your Pokemon now. Wait, that's actually crazy. No. Okay. No. No. Wait, that's actually really insane. I didn't know they could heal them now. I've never seen a trainer just heal their Pokemon randomly. Unless it was a gym battle. Wait, that's actually crazy. I should heal before I go in there, right? Okay, fuck you, Poochyena. Fuck you. Maybe I should have killed you, actually, whatever. I keep pressing X to open my bag. Wait, that's not what I had to do. Oh, wait, you know what I should have gotten? I should have gotten repels and stuff. Oh, well. Hello, where am I? Trainer Tits, any Pokemon appears even once in a battle is awarded XP points to raise a weak Pokemon, put it at the... Yeah, I know. I know, fuck you. I know how to play this game sometimes. I got a whole bunch of odd Pokemon go my Pokemon team. Wait, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna growl this bitch. Oh yeah, this bitch getting growled. Just for a little more experience. Yeah, fuck you, get growled, idiot. Ouch. That actually didn't do that much, huh? I thought it would do a lot more. And it did nothing. So it's like, whatever. No, don't come on me! Fuck you! I hate you! Yeah, get ground, idiot, now! Stop! I'm already slow! Please! Thank you! Yippee! I will change my Pokemon, cause you know what? You go in more. I need the experience. Cream Soda needs the experience. Okay, you know what? You also get growled. Yeah, fuck you. You have to name something Mountain Dew at some point. I don't think I am, actually. I already decided on my names when I decided the Pokemon I got. So, yeah. Unfortunately, no Mountain Dew. I don't even think it'll fit, actually. Cause, you can't really name them that much. Like, root beer is exact, so M-O-U... Yeah, no. It's not enough. Sad. Actually sad. Actually very sad, if you think about it. But yeah. Whatever. What should this theme be, for Platinum, though? Because I'm probably not gonna do this theme for Coliseum. Actually, no, I will. I'll try. What should this theme be for Coliseum? Because I'm wondering what the theme should be, and I don't know. I already ran out of ideas. So yeah, what should the theme be? Give me something cool. I need something cool. Something easy to work with, you know? That's what I need. I need that, please. But I think you'll like all the names I'm gonna pick for, you know, this one. But yeah. I'm wondering what the theme should be. God, I forgot how slow Gen 3 was. Holy fuck. Favorite anime girls? But then if they're not all women, then I can't do that. No, okay, I'll try to think of one. I was thinking maybe like, I don't know, movies. I mean, oh yeah, Ariel said movies snacks. So I could just name someone, you know, Soda. And not Cream Soda. I'll maybe think about that one. I feel like that one's too... linear, not linear. Actually, yeah, I think that was too linear. I need something broad. I was also thinking maybe movies. Or like actors or something, you know? But then I'd feel bad about doing actors, because, you know, maybe one could get cancelled while I'm doing the playthrough, and then, or, you know, the playthrough will age very badly because of it, you know? So it'd be very bad. But yeah. Oh my god! Yeah, you know what, you go in. I need something that won't kill it. No! This won't do that much damage. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, that did a lot of damage. Oh well, if it does my poison, I don't really care. Like I said, I just have it for the HN slave, like whatever. But yeah, this is the third member of the team. If I catch it. Because it also has the ability I want. Yeah, okay. This is the third member of the team. Someone added me for some reason. Oh, hello. But yeah, what was I gonna name you? Hang on, I had to look at this. What I was gonna name it. It's gonna be fun, but you gotta... Yeah, I do. That's not the names. Oh, there we go. That's how you spell it. Okay, let's... What the fuck? Hello, Daggerfuck, how's it going? Hello, my name is Celeste Solaria. I'm a pet VTuber. I mainly play, Pokemon, Nintendo, and horror games. But yeah, how you guys doing? I mean, I know what you're playing, but, how was your stream? How are you? Let's see, damp composite, soil in forest. If you enter forest after a long rain, you can see many streamers feasting on composite soil. I hope your stream went alright. I am naming my Pokemon after drinks. And so this one will be matcha. Because, well, it kinda looks like a matcha. Stream went really nice? That's good. But yeah, I'm just kinda... Oh yeah, a Pokemon's poison. Let's see. I can't use you! You only have 1 HP, that sucks. Uh-oh. Not a one to be found. Hello, have you seen any Pokemon called Shroomish around here? I would love that Pokemon. No, it's mine! I was going to ambush you, but you had to dawdle in Petalburg Woods. Thanks for the boop. I'm gonna lurk you now. I got sick of waiting, so here I am. You, Devin researcher, hand over those papers. You're a Pokemon trainer, aren't you? You gotta help me, please. What are you doing? What, you're going to protect him? No one who crosses Team Aqua gets any mercy, not even a kid. Come on and battle me. Oh, hello. A for Aqua. I see. You're a Pokemon after Digimon. I don't think I'm gonna do that. I don't know Digimon. I literally know no Digimon. So yeah. No! What the hell? I would have had to use Root Beer. I literally had to use Root Beer. Matcha has 1 HP. And then, you know, Cream Soda's useless right now. Sad. Actually sad. Very sad, actually. No, Root Beer, bro, what's your problem? Why are you doing this? Please, Root Beer. Thank you. No, Root Beer. Get slapped, idiot. Are you serious? Root Beer, I think we need to have a talk. This is already happening. I think we need to have, like, a long talk. Like, please. Okay, thank you. I told you, my luck is so bad. You're kidding me, you're tough. I can't do this. You got some nerve meddling with Team Aqua. Come on and battle me again. I mean, I could say that, but I'm out of Pokemon. And hey, we of Team Aqua are also after sending in Rustboard. I'll let you go today. Bye. That was awfully close. Whoa, 10 string streak, that's crazy. Thanks, you didn't rob me of these important papers. I don't know, I'll give you a great boss, right? Thanks. Oh, thank you. I liking the movies ideas. Yeah, I'll do movies. Didn't that Team Aquastug say they were after something in Rustworld too? Oh, it's a crisis, I can't be wasting time. Oh, bye. Poison. Burb is dead. No. Oh well. You there, Pokemon doing cave or Pokemon are weak and you want to avoid battles, you should stay out of tall grass. Well, that sucks. Wait, I don't know if Rats will be able to run away. Okay, no, Rats should be able to run away from a Wurmple. Right, Cream Soda, you got this, right? Yeah. Yeah, see, I told you. Fuck you. They take Pokemon to school, you get to be instantly popular. That's crazy. Why? Why do I get to be instantly popular? Whatever. What the fuck is that? Minkata. You know, I wish I had a fire Pokemon. But whatever. You know what I got? I got this guy right here. I got Root Beer. Root Beer will help me with everything. Whatever. I forgot Bug is weak to everything. Yeah, fuck you. Instead of learn Confusion. Yes, finally. Nincada. What the fuck is that? You got a Nincada, you got a Mincada. What the fuck? Oh, what the hell? Die. Yeah, die. Thank you, Root Beer. I love you. See, I told you, I love Root Beer. Root Beer's so cool. I found Ether. I could use that right now. But like, I don't know. Trainer whatever. Die. Yeah, die. I don't have cut. Die. Wait, who can learn cut on my team? Because I don't know if it's anyone. Oh well. Wait, okay, I have a question about the berries. Are berries consumable? Or do they only, like, activate once per battle? Is it, like, something weird like that? Because I don't know. That's why I never use berries, because I literally don't know. Pretty Petal Flower Shop. Hello. This is the Pretty Petal Flower Shop, spreading flowers from all over the world. Your name is Solai. That's a nice name. Would you like to learn about berries, I guess? If we take some berries, be sure to plant what? Plant a berry will soon sprout. Okay. So I could just have more berries. I see. Thank you, berry. I want to plant, yeah, Oron berry. Yay. And then I'll plant. Heals poisoning, heals paralysis. Sure. Sure. Hello, where am I? Uh-oh. I feel like I shouldn't be here. I will just get this potion and then I will leave, cause no! But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I was gonna say. I was gonna be, yeah, like, how does the berry work? Like, does it get consumed or what? Sure, I'll accept your chant. I have a lot of money. Die? Who the fuck is this? Rich boy Winston. Who do you think you are? What is Confusion do? Whatever. I guess he confuses you. Wait, does it attack? Oh, it does. Okay, I have a Psychic type move now. Yeah, because I was about to say, I forgot a Confusion, like, you know, if it just confuses them or if it, like, is an attack. But it is an attack, so... Yeah, whatever, die. Ouch. Die. Yeah, fuck you. How's Root Beer already almost evolved? That's insane. Why couldn't I win? Girls Pokeball, hello. Why? There's so many trainers. Name Pokemon after different Pokemon. I'm not gonna do that. Hello. Why are you here? Why am I here? Why is there a Lotad? I don't have a grass type move. I mean, I do. Everyone know? Yeah. No! I mean, I do have a grass type move, but like... You see... I mean, I do have a potion. You know, I could just buy more. I should just heal it. I don't know why I'm not. Like, I literally just could do that, but whatever. It's fine. It's fine. Good luck. Wait, what are you gonna use? I didn't see. Whatever. I probably should have changed anyway. Oh, Shroomish. No. No. Oh, my Pokemon weak. You see, this is why I didn't want to use the potions. Because I didn't buy any. And now I'm dying. And then you did that for some reason. What's your problem? Ouch. Like I was saying, Nuzlocke. Why would I do a Nuzlocke? I'm not stupid. I just named them after clowns, but the only famous clowns I know are Vaughn and Jane, Shaggy, too dope. I could name one. I don't know. I don't have cut. I will use this potion. Here. Yay, now I can finally use it. Krusty. I know it would be Krusty though. We're twins, we battle Pokemon together. I will have to think of this. I mean, it's hard because a lot of Pokemon do not look like clowns, and you know, it's just kind of hard to connect it. And that's why. Cream Soda will fuck off. But you will use Water Gun on you. Why can I attack my teammate? That's crazy. Oh. I thought you were Rock. I guess not. I guess you're something else. Ouch. I guess use Absorb on it then. And I just use what's... I mean, this won't do anything. But whatever. Yeah, this will not do anything. It's kind of crazy that I've already, like... You know, like, I've got this long route of Pokemon Center. Yay, root beer! I guess I'll just, like, both use Tack on the C-Dot. Because that is the thing I'm more afraid of. For some reason. Well, yeah, see, that Lotad did nothing. Yeah, whatever. Whatever. Yippee! And I have to do nothing for like 5 seconds. Not 5 seconds, 5 minutes. Yay! Die. Die. I love doing nothing to you. Actually, yeah. I mean, wait, I do have something. But like, I don't know. I was never gonna use- oh wait, it's dead. I was never gonna use it anyway, that's why I never revived it. But it's like, I do have a bird, I could just use it now. But it's dead. Cause yeah, I don't want that bird. Bro, Matcha does no damage right now. It sucks. Like, we're basically just doing nothing to each other. Thank you. Yay. We finally did something to each other. Oh well, that bird is dead. That bird will stay dead. Where am I? We went up for West Boreal City. Make me the secret. I'm the water Pokemon expert. You don't know me. I don't want to know you. Why'd I talk to you? Get away from me. You only have Magikarp. Fuck you. You know what? Get confused, idiot. That did a lot more damage than I thought it would. Okay, I need Machamp get experience though. Yeah, absorb him. Absorb him. Do no damage again, absorb him. Yeah, do no damage, I love this. Yippee. Yippee, I love that you do no damage. Please. Okay, thank you. Please get something. Thank you. Oh my god, thank you. No. I will keep this. I will suffer. I will keep suffering. You know, I'll just stun it. It probably can't do anything to me, but I will stun it. Cause fuck it. I don't care. Why would someone DM me right now? Absorb. Yay. I'm doing a lot more damage now. I just leveled up once. What the hell? That's crazy. That's actually crazy. I leveled up once and I'm doing a lot more damage. I guess that's all it takes sometimes. I don't know. That's actually crazy. No. Sentence characters? Why didn't I see that before? I don't even think it gave me the notification for that for some reason. I don't know. I don't want to insult my Pokemon, you know, I want to love them. That's why I like doing the cute things. Like, yeah. Like the drinks or, the other one, candy. I'll probably figure something out. I'll probably do, like, I don't know, like, food, like, specific food. Because I think that'll be cute, but yeah. Missy Berry's going to know me, so you'll feel free to take them. I will not do body parts. I'm letting you know that right now. I'm not doing that, like, at all. Now, go away! Japanese foods? Oh, I was gonna do... like, breakfast or something, you know? Like stuff like that. Cause I think that would be really cute. I will already name all my Pokemon penis or pussy. Like, I don't know what you want from me. City probably... the city probing the integration of nature and science. Like, I don't know what you want from me. That is what will happen. Just do that? No. I don't need that many Pokeballs. I'll get like 3. I will get potions though, because I like potion. Thank you for the potion. And you know what? I will also get Repel before I forget. I don't want one. I want more. No. I want more. Yay. Okay, that's it. Bye. I don't need 3 Pokemon just before running into a shiny. I mean... I will use it. I almost banned someone accidentally. Let's see. But yeah, I will use it. What's it is? I'm going up here. Actually, I'm going down there. What's this? Who are you? Why do you have a skinny? Damn, Corporation's workers live in this building. Oh. Okay. That's cool. Hello. I'm here now. So this is another corporation. My daddy's working at the corporation. My daddy made this, but I can't use it, so you can have it. Oh my god, thank you. Oh my god, thank you. Way back in the old days, Devin was just a teeny tiny company. Okay. That's cool. I guess. I don't know. This company's gonna burn. Or, you know, drown, whatever, but yeah. Devon's president likes to collect rare stones. Is this the president? I think the president's son also collects rare stones. Oh, okay. Is that the president and the son? Why you look like that? Burn capitalism to the ground. No, they're gonna drown. Team Aqua's gonna do something. Fempreg time? Sorry, Mpreg is better. I hate that I can't run in buildings. I'ma be real. Why do you have- what is that fuck-ass Pikachu? For my own Pokemon, I get them perfectly suited nicknames. It's my expression of originality. Yes, that's it. Bro, me too. But giving the name Pikachu- Pikachu to a Pikachu, it seems pointless. I suppose it is good to use a name that's easy to understand, but I will not do that either. What is this? Pokemon Trainer School? I don't, whatever. If I talk to someone, will they give me something? Please? Who are you? Give me something. That's all I'm here for. Give me something. You didn't give me anything, so don't study, get a little taste of my quick claw. Whether you're a good student will be evident in the way you use this item. Yay, I got something. Yippee! I think I'll just give that to my Shroomish. Because funny, you know? It's slow anyway, it needs it. You need this. Yeah, fuck you, Matcha. I don't know, I love you actually. Bye. I got something. Where's the Pokemon Center? I need it. I'm gonna die. Heal me. Heal me. Yes, thank you. Yay! I love matcha. Actually, I don't know if I love matcha to drink, but I love matcha to Pokemon. Come on, you figure your new face around these parts. Have you just transferred into the Pokemon Trainer School? No. I'm useless. What is this? What is this? Every Pokemon has a special ability that it can use. Do you not give me anything? Like, you know, I don't want to talk to all of you. I just want to talk to the people who gives me stuff. Because I like those people more, because they give me stuff. That's so hard every day. What's hard? You need to ask is trying to figure out what to make for meals every day. It really isn't easy coming up with meals every day. I know that. Welcome to the Pepper household. I have a question for you. Have you ever babysat? You see, I'm a new father, so raising a child is new to me. And I have a problem. My daughter, Walda, doesn't laugh enough. I think she'd laugh for me if I told her something funny. Do you know of a funny word or phrase you could tell me? Okay, yeah. This makes me laugh. Here you go. This makes me laugh. Chud, well, she's not smiling at all. Maybe Wada's one serious child. No! Talk to me when you get rid of candy. Hello. But when you get in a trade from someone goes fast, but if you don't have enough certain gym badges, they may not obey you. I see. What gym is this? Either rock sand or rock. Oh, rock? Okay, that's easy. Have you taken the Pokemon Gym Challenge? When you get that shiny gym badge in hand, I guess trainers begin to realize what is required of them. I guess. My Pokemon is cute? Sure, I knew that. But if you really want, I'm willing to trade it to you. I'll trade you my Seedot for a... No! No! I don't want a Seedot. Actually, wait, I go out. But yeah, I don't want to see that. Fuck you. Who's this? What? Devon Corporation? We all just joined into Devon. That company makes all sorts of convenient products. Why would they, like, why would I trade a good Pokemon for a bad Pokemon? Oh, this is the corporation. I see. Okay, I probably have to go here later, right? Only authorized people are allowed to enter here. Yeah, I probably have to go here later. If what that Team Aqua member said was correct. Those running shoes are one of our products and we stay happy. You made running shoes. Oh my god, they gave people the ability to run. That's crazy. Oh my god, before this everyone was just walking, no one could run. That's crazy. How's it going? Listen, my friend, would you like to become the champion? I know trainer Not me, but I can sure give you winning advice. That's settled. We'll aim for the Pokemon Championship together. It's your job as a trainer to collect gym badges, am I right? But gym leaders aren't pushovers, and that's where I come in. I'm here to provide expert advice. Roxanne and gym leaders use their rock-type Pokemon. Hypnotize you to wanting a Seedot? I don't want a Seedot. The rat type is very durable, but it can't stand water type and grass type moves. Come see me afterward to beat the gym leader. Well, go for it. I don't want that shit. I don't want that shit. Get that shit away from me. Get this shit off me. I think I'll give Matcha some experience, because Matcha needs it. Matcha is bad right now, and so Matcha need experience. Besides, it's weak to grass type move, yeah. So Matcha need experience. No, I heal the damage you do to me. What the fuck? Why aren't you dead? Why aren't you dead? Shut up. What? Hello. Shut up. I'm healed. How you doing? I killed Josh. Okay, where do I go now? I will go up here. I will just kill everyone, I guess. That's usually what I do. Oh, do I have to kill both of you? Oh, I do. Okay. We might be in the middle of town, but so what? My rock Pokemon need room to rampage. That sucks. That sucks a lot. I mean, at least I can proudly kill both of them. Yeah? I mean, Green Soda can't, but whatever. Matcha will be able to. So I'll just switch in Matcha. And sure, kill that one, I guess. Oh my god. Okay, so if I need the... Okay, I'll just use Matcha and then Root Beer's like my clutch. My crutch, whatever. Yeah. That's the plan. No, don't do that. Absorb, yeah, absorb that one. And then I guess you just Water Gun the one that did that, because they suck. Honestly, they suck. Please kill him, yay! Wait, but I'm faster than both of them, so like, okay, whatever. Whatever, yeah, whatever. Bro, everyone's leveling it up. I knew this shit would be easy because it's rock, but like, yeah. Name your Pokemon in Japanese, I don't want to pronounce anything make. That's too difficult for me, I'm sorry. Actually, I shouldn't do that. Matcha will fight this one. And then you will fight this one. Because you will one-shot this one, yeah. You will not one-shot the other one. Yay! They barely healed anything, but yay! Okay, yeah, Root Beer is definitely gonna be my crutch. Oh, Leech Seed already? Oh my god. You got some potential. Oh man, our Chandra's one feisty customer. I wonder when they evolve. I'm guessing Mudkip is 16, but... Oh wait, that's it already? Okay, I'm gonna go heal. Because, you know... I like to have a fair chance, you know? Yeah, this gym is so easy, huh? I will get unlucky though with something. But yeah. It's just, I don't know, my Pokemon are like made specifically to kill rock type, I guess. Though to be fair, they're all baby Pokemon, so they kinda suck. I need him to evolve! Please! And actually, I'll save, because funny. I can't believe it took an hour to get my first gym badge just because my controller was fucking up. That's crazy. Anyway, hello, I'm Roxanne, your Resploreal gym leader. I became gym leader so that I might apply what I learned at the Pokemon Trainer School in battle. Would you kindly demonstrate how you battle and with which Pokemon? I guess. I don't know. I'm gonna kill you. You got it, Geodude. Level 12 Geodude. Wait, that's crazy. Don't do that. Actually, I'll damage you. How'd you miss? Wait, that's insane. That's actually insane. How did you miss? What? Oh, and now use Defense Curl. Okay, buddy. I see how it is. Here. Take this. Yeah, get seated, idiot. Ouch. Wait, did I? Yeah, I get health from that. And then I get more health from this. And I also just kill you, okay. That's crazy. Huh. I did not know you could make Shroomish this annoying. But now I see you can make Shroomish this annoying. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. Wait. Because, yeah, the same thing's just gonna happen, like... And then I probably just one-shot you. Even though you're doing this, I probably just one-shot you. Okay, well, I didn't one-shot you, but... You know... We're almost there. No! Okay, at least it's still seated. And he almost died. Yay! Just try to spell whatever noise they make. But most of the Pokemon make the noise that, like, you know, their name. You know? I don't know. Okay, you'll probably die to this, I'm sorry. But it has to be done. It has to be done, I'm sorry. Ow. Oh. Okay, at least it's seated. Ouch. Yeah, at least it's seated. Wait, I can make it more annoying for them too. Wait, I can be really fucking annoying. I realized. Yeah, use that potion, buddy. It won't help you. Yeah. Oh my god, wait. 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 I didn't know you could be this fucking annoying. Oh my god, that's crazy. Ouch. That's actually crazy. You're 4 levels higher than me and I just healing every single turn. Good night, animal abuser. You're the animal abuser here, buddy. Wait, that's actually insane. Oh my god, we're both just healing. This sucks. Okay, you know, I'm gonna turn animations back on. Cause this kind of feels empty. I'm kind of just watching things happen, you know? Fine. Here you go. Oh wait, you can't be switched out. Bro, nothing's happening, please. I just had to wait for them to die. They're gonna keep healing. And I'm gonna keep healing. Okay, wait. Okay, thank you. Die. Bro, die. Oh my god, fuck you. I'm 12. Yeah, I'm 13 actually. Why? I get so much. Whatever. So I lost. It seems that I still have much more to learn. I understand. The Pokemon League's rules state that trainers are to be given this if they defeat a gym leader. Please accept the official Pokemon League Stone Badge. Yippee! And nothing was happening. Things were just, I don't know. Yasune was to use the HM move. Cut. Whoa. Is this cut? I don't know what this is. It's probably Rock Tomb. Yeah. I don't need that. But thank you. Bye. Okay, I'm turning the battle scene back on. But, yeah. Nothing was happening, you know, just I don't know, just shit was happening. Get out of the way. Oh, hello, bye. Wait, please don't take my goods. Okay. Yeah, like, we both just kept healing, except, I don't know, I healed better, I guess. It was stupid. It was the stupidest Pokemon fight of my life. Why would they block me? They literally trapped me with- no, they trapped themselves with me. Like, bruh, I don't know. Weird. Actually weird. Why would they do that? They're stupid. That gym was stupid. I'm going in here now. I didn't know I could be that annoying. Like, I knew you could be annoying in Pokemon, but that was just annoying. Just beyond stupid, how could we get robbed? Can I go up here? Sounds of rock and metal are displayed in the glass case. There's a panel with some writing on it. Devon Corporation got its start as a producer of stones from quarries. The company also produced iron from foundings in sand. From that humble start, a producer of raw materials, Devon develops. Devon is now a manufacturer of a wide range of industrial products. I can't read. No, but yeah, that was easy. That was an easy gym. I can't wait for other things. Oh, it's you. You're that fantastic trainer who helped me in Petalburg Woods. Help me, I was robbed by Team Aqua. I had to get the Devon goods back. If I don't, I'm going to be in serious trouble. Okay. Wait, do I talk to you again? Hello. She kicked her, I think you took off towards the tunnel over there. Okay. Bye. Oh, there. That's not him. Is that him? That's not him. My Pokemon Rule checked him out. I don't know if that's him or not. That's a child, actually. That's not him. That's a Machop. What the hell? Wait, I can actually kill you. Wait. Yay. Yay. What that do? Oh. Okay, bye. Goodbye, small child. I hope you evolve my rods. I know you're not going to, actually, but, you know, it'd be cool. Yay. Why do you get so much experience? I'm guessing that's only in the beginning of the game that it's like that, actually. But you know what? We'll see. Who knows? Maybe it's different. I don't know. Oh, thank you, Repel. Oh my god, I need this. My Pokemon are tough, let's battle. Wait, I'm having fun with this. Though, you know, it's the beginning of the game, so it's kinda just slow. Like most beginning of Pokemon games, but, you know, other than that, I've been having fun. I think, like, by the second stream, like, we'll get things going. You know? Like, things will be happening fast. So fast that I won't even know where I am. Or something like that. Like, I'm having fun, I think you're doing it. True, actually. True, actually. Very true. Ouch. See, I'm not having fun anymore. Oh, wait, I didn't get poisoned. I thought I was about to get poisoned. Inkata. Nah. Wait, are they weak to ground or are they weak to water? Or something I have? Because, you know, I usually just use fire moves on them. Okay. So I don't know what bug is weak to other than... yeah. I know they're weak to a lot of stuff, though. Oh, you're weak to water because you're ground. Okay, that makes sense. Wait, isn't Bug... okay, Bug is also weak to flying, though. I know that. So, I guess I just can't do anything right now. I mean, I can, but, like, that was that Pokemon, 'cause I don't care about that one. You know, the one I have. I don't care about it. There is a Pokemon I want, though, that can use flying type moves. Whoa, that's crazy. I only have grass type streamers beating up school children. It's fun. What do you mean? Okay, yeah. So for the grass type weakness, I don't have the Pokemon that I want yet. Uh-oh. That did nothing. Okay, you know what? This is good. Because if my Pokemon get weak, I can just go to the Pokemon Center like there. I mean, you're only level 9. I could surely kill you with Burb, right? Right? They're paralyzed. They hate me. I got boobs. They hate me. I'm paralyzed. Out. I'm paralyzed. Burb is getting fucked. Oh my god, I'm so glad I'm not using Burb. I am so glad I'm not using Burb. If this is their performance, I'm so glad I'm not using Burb. Like, holy shit. Their performance, absolutely horrible. Oh my god. Yeah? Come on, just one more. Just one more, please. No. Burb, come on. Thank you. Fuck you, Burb. You stole all that experience. From someone else who deserved it. I hope you know this. I really hope you know this. Hang on. I'm gonna have to see. Ah. Wait, what route am I on? I couldn't move. But yeah, what route am I on? I didn't go back anyway for Pokemon Center, but I want to know what route I'm on. You can run cream soda? Yeah. Okay. What route am I on? What route is this? What route is this? Okay, you're not just telling me. Okay, fuck you. You can't just tell me. Whatever, I guess. Yeah, fuck you. I'm going in here. Why can't you tell me? I wanted to know what route I'm on. Please. I needed to know. I need to know. You're not letting me know. What the fuck? What's wrong with you? Why aren't you letting me know? Where am I? Why aren't you letting me know? What the hell? Oh, 116. Okay. I played this game 25 years ago. I don't know where everything is. No, I meant the game. The game wasn't telling me where I was. For some reason. A double battle again, bruh. And I don't have these Pokemon's weaknesses, probably. Because it's a bug type. Bug and I don't know. Oh, okay, I have that one. Oh, grass, I don't have that one. You know what? Confused that Shroomage. And then you know what? Yeah, kill that one. Yeah. Yeah, fuck that guy. Yippee. Wait, you're close to evolving, I think. Okay, thank God he didn't choose Root Beer. Actually, thank God. Confuse. Tackle, that's really all I can do. Bro, and even then. Yeah, I need this thing I want, like, immediately. That's just what I need. Okay, you're dead. Wait, what else do you have? Oh, Lotad. But what are you? You're grass water, right? So what's your weakness? Like ground? Okay, at least you're confused. I'm gonna guess ground, but I don't know. Okay, it's not ground. I should just use tackle. Whatever. Die. Losing made me tired. Why did the child have more Pokemon than you? Whatever, what's wrong? We'll rock you. Okay, buddy. Go away. First off, no. Second off, go away, please. Third off, why do you have Geodudes? I have a water type. Fuck you. I hate this. I hate all of you. I hate it. Go away. Ouch. Ouch. I got crit. That will happen at worst times. I know. Like when I fight the Elite Four, it's going to happen. Yippee! Is it another Geodude? I wasn't looking. It is. But yeah, I'm gonna die. So many people have been critting me already. I'm guessing I'm just gonna get crit the entire game. I'm sorry, the heck of Solaria is the most anxiety-induced trainer in all of Hoenn. I always have anxiety. Me have anxiety? That's just not me. That's how you know it's not me. What's going on? I was digging Nintendo without any tools when some goon ordered me out. Nintendo's filled with Pokemon that react badly to loud noises. They could cause an uproar. That's why we stopped using heavy equipment for tunneling. I'm worried that the goon will do something stupid and startle the Pokemon into an uproar. Goon. What am I to do? We were on our walk, Pico and I, when we were jumped by an odd slug. The scoundrel made off with my darling Pico. Pico. Oh wait, there's a thing. Sorry, I don't care about your Pokemon. I care about this. I don't care about that. What is this? Smiling on the wall. Okay, can I do anything about that? Okay, no. I'll just go in here then. I'm so glad I have repels. But first, I want to see the Pokemon I want is in here. What the fuck is that? Whismur. That does not look like a Whismur. Probably because I don't know. Those don't look like crosses. They look like pluses. Yay. Please give me the Pokemon I want, please. What are you coming? Come and get some then. I'm sorry, I have Whismur to fight. Whismur said, Mr. President, get down. That's really what they said. Okay, buddy, go away. Cute hot it all, that hostage Pokemon turned out to be worth this. Anything I made to get away in this tunnel to nowhere. Hey, you still wanna battle me? Yeah. Hey. I wonder when we can see Team Magma. It's a Pumbloom. What? Wait, what's Dark type weak to? Fighting. I don't have fighting yet. I will have fighting, just not now. So, oh yeah, you're weak to... Yeah, that's bad. You know what? Since you're gonna be a future fighting type, might as well. No! Okay, you know what? I'm gonna set up. Fuck you. Get leeched, idiot. Yeah, get leeched, idiot. No! You're setting up for something too! Okay, thank you. And then, wait, this is where the fun begins. Yeah, I'm gonna be fucking annoying. I love being annoying. Yeah. And now, yep. now, bro. Now it's just over. And now it's just over. Why are you still doing this? You're not allowed to do this. Only I'm allowed to kill you. Or you know, set out, whatever. Yeah. What the hell? No, you can't do this. You know, at least that never misses. No. Yay. Okay, yeah, fuck you, buddy. You know, nothing just happened. Nothing happened. And that's what happened. Nothing happened. And even if I miss here, like, yeah, bro. I'm cool. My Korean crime comes to a dead end. You bet. This is plain not right. The boss told me this would be a slick and easy job to pull. All I had to do was steal some package from Devin. You want it back that badly? Take it. Yay. Bye. Oh, I also got this Swingle. Pico, am I glad to see you're safe? Pico owes her life to you. They call me Mr. Briny, and you are? I don't know. That's me. If there's anything that troubles you, don't hesitate to tell me. You can usually find me in my cottage. Oh, okay. Company, we should make our way home. What this guy do? He's old man, so he does nothing. I can't do that. What this guy do? Oh, is there only Whismers in this cave? Okay, yeah, one of the Pokemon I want is a cave Pokemon. But, well, you know. Like, if it's not in this cave, like, whatever. That goofy goon. Stop calling him a goon. I'll just tell her I can go back to digging. Where do I get cut? Is it here? Do you teach me cut? I gotta do the answer because the child. Yeah, whatever. Do you teach me cut? No. Yeah, whatever. Fuck you. Die. Die. Now I don't want to talk to you again. Thank you. As a man taking his way to get through, he says that if he takes little by little without using machines, he will disturb one and he'll avoid harming natural environment. I wonder if he made it through yet. Nope, he didn't. He sucks. If he did, I would have been able to get through, but he didn't, so he sucks. That's just how it works. Now. Poochie, yeah, now why? Why are there so many of you? Why is my route only level 10? Why are none of my Pokemon evolved yet? I suck. Why am I going down this way? Oh well. I just decided, I guess. Oh, wait, you can find Whisper here too? I don't want to catch it. I don't want a Whisper. I want something else. I'm getting a Pokemon that I should have gone a long time ago, but I just never did. How'd it go to Devin Goods? You did? You got them back? You really are a great trainer. As my thanks, I'll give you another great ball. Okay, thank you. I guess. Excuse me, please come with me. This is the Devin Corporation's 3rd floor. Our pendant's office is on this floor. Anyway, I can't tell you how much I'm grateful to what you've done. By the way, that parcel you got back for us, could I ask you to deliver that to the shipyard in Slateport? It would be awful if those robbers try to take it again. So, could I count on you to do that for me? Oh, that's right. Could you wait here for a second? No. I'm leaving. Bye. That was more than a second. I'm leaving. Our president would like to have a word with you. Please come with me. Who's the president? Oh, that's a president. You know, that makes sense. I'm Mr. Stone, the president of the Devin Corporation. I just got word about you. You saved our staff not just once, but twice. I have a favor to ask of an amazing person like you. I understand that you're delivering a package to Slateport's shipyard. Well, on the way, could you stop off in Deadford Town? I was hoping that you'd deliver a letter to Stephen and Dewford. Okay. Now you should know that I am a great president, so I never be as cheap as to ask a favor of nothing in return. For nothing in return, that's why I want you to have this. Pokénav. It's a Pokemon Navigator, or Pokénav for short. It's an indispensable tool for any trainer on an adventure. It's a map of the Hoenn. Oh, thank you, I finally have a map, please. Or that sinister criminals Magma and Aqua, I believe, have been making trouble far and wide. And it would be best if you rested up before you go on your way. I can take care of Team Magma easy. Team Aqua, not actually, I can do it easy, because I have a Breloom. Not a Breloom, a Shroomish, you know, whatever, I don't care. It's a Pokemon. Yeah, it's a Pokemon. I know how to use a map, thank you. Why are there so many scientists on computers? Bye. Oh, and it was, okay, I see. Yeah, whatever, bye. Now, I've been delivering an added feature for the Pokénav, and it turned out great. May I see that Pokénav that one our president gave you? I guess. There you go, I added a new feature named Match Call to your Pokénav. Use the Match Call feature, you can chat with people who have been registered in your Pokénav. I can call people. Yeah, I'll call the president. Where there he is. I'll call this guy. Oh, Solarius, and you called me. The Pokemon must be working properly. Other people will be registered, so try calling them up too. Yay! Because I'm looking down on you from my office window, so you can. I better get back to work. Yeah, bye. Bye. I don't care. I don't care about any of you. I won't ever call anyone. You know. I'm just gonna, I don't know, I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna kill people. Yeah. I'm gonna kill terrorists, that's what I'm gonna do. That's what they want me to do, right? That's basically what they told me to do. So, yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. So, you know, that guy basically just implied that, if you beat them in battle, they basically just quit being a terrorist, so... Most antisocial Pokemon trainer, that's me. It's when a cave isn't like walking on a road, you never know when the Pokemon will appear. It's full of suspense. Full of suspense, yeah. I can't speak today, I don't know why. Yippee! Wait, do I have to go back to the cave? I'm guessing that's where I go. Hang on, I need to see. Where is the map? Where am I? This is... Oh yeah, I do. Okay. I'll go over there, I guess. Or something. What the fuck? Oh, that's... Oh wait, I could go down. Oh wait, no I can't. That's water. Okay, I had to go here, and then... Yeah, I had to go here. Yeah, whatever. Because that's... Wait, do I? Or do I go in the water? No, because that's water. I can't go there. Okay, yeah, I do have to go right. Whatever. I can't use Surf yet. I'm stupid. I'll just go over here. I don't have Cut either. I'm stupid. Whatever. Please tell me he's done. What can I do here? Nothing. I'm confused. And I don't want these whispers. No. I want something else, please. Give me something else. Please? Thank you? What? Why can't I keep digging? Is the bedrock too hard? My beloved awaits me in Verdanturf town just beyond here. If Respro and Verdanturf were joined by this tunnel, I could visit her every day, but this, what am I to do? Okay, so I do have to go back. Okay, whatever. Wait, Ario, is that what I do? Do I go back? Do I backtrack? To my home city? Or something? I don't know. I can't use Surf, I can't use Cut, like, I don't know what to do. I'm guessing I just go back. But you know, I don't know what to do. So I will just go back. What the fuck? Backtrack? Okay. I mean... Might as well. I won't use it, because I already used it, but might as well. I will use this one great ball on you. No. Bye. Bye. No. What is that? You know what? I will kill this because that's kind of high leveled. So yeah. Just because it's funny. It's kind of crazy that Ross doesn't learn teleport, but you know, Aver does. I mean, is that... I don't know. I don't know if Alakazam's better than Gardevoir. I guess it's depending on what you want. But yeah, it's kind of crazy. I don't know. It's very crazy to me. Are you serious? Bruh. No, get that bird away from me. Get that stupid fucking bird away from me. I hate it. It's pogging. I don't like it. No. It's fast. I forgot. No, don't get put. Yay. Pog burb. I don't like that it's pogging. If you want, Mudkip, by the way, it's in Rustboro. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, there he is. Oh, hey, Solaria. You have a Matchcraft feature put on your Pokénav. Cool. Let's register each other so we can get in touch anytime. I don't want to talk to you. But you know, thank you. By the way, Solaria, I walked by Mr. Briny in Petalburg Woods. I bet he was on his way home to his cottage by the sea. How's your Pokénav? Have you filled in any pages yet? Mine rules. Want to have a battle test? I guess. I know you just became a trainer, but I won't go easy. I'll kill you again. Because it's funny. I don't have anything that's good against flying type. Uh-oh. I'll just use this. Yeah, I'll just use this. Yeah, I'll just use that. No. Don't confuse my baby. No. No, are you serious, bro? Oh my god. It begins. It really begins. Uh-oh. It's beginning. I swear. Okay, thank you. You're probably not gonna kill it, actually. Yeah, whatever. I'll just switch to my starter. That's fine. That's fine. I still don't have anything good against grass either. So, you know, that's fine. It's really fine, whatever. Stop! That's fine. Are you serious, bro? Oh yeah, it's flying. Whatever. No! I think I'm just gonna set up against it. Like, I don't know. What the fuck is Bide? Normal, endures attack for 2 turns to retaliate double. Oh, I don't care about this. Get that shit away. Oh no, Bide. Will Solaria change Pokemon? A Nuzlocke killing move. I don't know what to do here. Like I said, I think I'll just set up. The Pokemon I want that's good against grass, I don't have it yet. This sucks. So I'm just gonna set up. Ouch. Oh my god, are you serious? I didn't want to use that again. But whatever. You know, I'll just use this. Ouch. Yeah, perfect. Wait, does none of my grass type, like, work against it? Ouch. I mean, I'll try. I'll see. Okay, it does. This will do nothing, though. Yeah, that did nothing. I literally got 1 HP. Okay, whatever. Fuck you. Yeah, fuck you. Die. I hope you get poisoned. How did you not get poisoned, actually? Whatever. Herb. You're not supposed to have that, Herb. Ouch. How are you not poisoned? Whatever. Whatever. Ouch. I'm dead. I'm not dead. If only the seed worked, leech seed, whatever. I would've killed it. Now, who do I want to get this experience to? I mean, I'm just gonna give it to Root Beer, because I think Queen Soda will go last, and then we'll just die, so I have to do this. Unfortunately. Yay, crit! Yippee! I got a crit, like, when it didn't matter. By the way, you know Mr. Briny, the guy you just passed? I bet you didn't know this since you just moved here, Solaria, but Mr. Briny was once a great sailor. Oh. He can make me go places, I see. I understand. I understand now. You know, this game is so much harder when I don't have a fire type. I kinda regret it, but no! I will do it for Mudkip. I have to, just for Mudkip. And only one could. I don't have cut. So I have to go to the woods then. Like, I think they're making that clear. I have to go to the woods and talk to that guy. Wherever he is. I don't know where he is though. Yeah, where is he? He's somewhere, I just don't know where. Yeah, cause that's not him. That's not him. I'm guessing it's like at the beginning somewhere. Or maybe it's a place where I have to use cut. But you know, I don't have cut, so I can't get to him. Something like that, I don't know. Something crazy. You know? Are you serious? Ouch. Thank you. I had to get hit once, I guess. Did I ever fight you? I mean, it doesn't matter. Is this his house? This is not his house. I'm up here now. I got a Pokemon I don't even need. Okay, I guess to talk to him I need cut. That's what I'm guessing. Okay. That sucks. Whatever. I will not remember everything they told me. But yeah, whatever. So then, where do I go over here? Reno 2? Wait, where am I? I don't know where I am. I'm here! Okay, yeah, I just had to go- yeah, whatever. I just had to go there to do- yeah, whatever. Die. Wait, can I? Cause that's water. I mean, I don't know. I don't know where all the water is. Yeah, I just had to go up here. Yeah, up here. Yeah. That's not up. I need surf. Okay, I guess I just had to find him then. Which I didn't find him. I thought I needed a cut to find him though. I guess not. Yeah, I literally thought I needed cut. But whatever. I guess I don't. So whatever. Zigzagoon. Wait, do I need to find him? Yeah, I need to find him. I'll find him. Whatever, I'll try to find him. Where is he? That's not him. Where's the forest? It's over here. Ouch. Why? I think I need to find him. I don't know where he is. Where is he? Now, please, are you serious? I think I'll use a repel just for, like, the forest. Because, yeah, I don't know. That shit will get- oh wait, it's here? Is this cabin? Oh, there it is. Yay. I can't speak to him. He's too fast for me. He's too fast for me. Okay, there we go. Hold on, that's Tomato Pico. You're so nice, my darling Pico. I feel so much to you. What's that you want to steal with me? Yeah, well, you're bound for Dewport and a package for Slateport, then. Quite a busy life you must lead, but certainly what you're asking is no problem at all. You come to the right man. Well, okay, yay. I found him. His boat is so tiny. Oh, what the fuck? What the hell? Why are you doing this? Why is your boat so tiny? Hello? Solaria? Where are you now? It sounds windy wherever you are. I just heard from Devin and Mr. Stone about your Pokénaut, so I decided to give you a call. It sounds like you're doing fine, so that's fine with me. You take care now. Bye. Registered Dad Norman. My dad's name is Norman. Oh my god. I don't want him as my dad anymore. You know, I thought it was cool that he was a gym leader, but I don't want him as my dad anymore. You can't land and do for it. I suppose you ought to deliver that letter to, who was it now? Steven. Who the fuck is Steven? I don't know who fucking Steven is, but I will do this because I don't know who the fuck Steven is. Who is Steven? Why do I gotta do this? Okay, whatever. Hello. When the Pokemon faints, it can't battle. It can still use a move learned from a hidden machine. Whoa, can you teach me a hidden machine? No, okay. Are you a hidden machine? That's the gym. Is it renowned fidget spot and getting... Are you... I guess. Yeah, give me this. Yippee! I can now get a Magikarp if I wanted to, I guess. But I don't want to. So, you know, thank you. Can you stop talking to me? Thank you. Hello. There's a lot to be said for living on a small island like this in harmony with Pokemon and the family. Which one teaches me cut? I mean, this is Slateport, right? So I guess... I don't know. I guess I do nothing here. This is... Oh wait, no, this is Dewford. Dewford. Whatever. Yeah. Did you maybe come here because you heard about Brawly? Where so everyone recognizes him. Who's Brawly? Forge your eyes on this. It's a silk scarf. It's right. The cutting... Yeah. Give me that. Yeah, give me that. Yeah. I don't know what it does, but give me it. What this do? I mean, I want to give you an item, but I don't know what it does. What this do? What? Wait, what the fuck? Where is it? What this? Oh. Hold on, I net raises the power of normal type moves. Oh. I know who to give that to then. Because there is a Pokemon I want. That'll be perfect for that. Not now though. But yeah. What the fuck? There's so many people to talk to and I don't want to talk to them. Please. I need my Pokemon about pretty item, but it's not going well. It's a bit much icing. Oh, pretty item. Is that what I tell her? Oh, I tell her pretty item. Okay. Bro, they're all talking about pretty item. Act like the... Bro, stop talking about pretty item. I don't care about pretty item, whatever. Well, pretty item. We should... Yeah, pretty item. Bro, this is like a cult. This is a cult right here. That house, that's like a cult house. I don't know. Oh. What do people do if they need to go to the washroom? Well, yeah, whatever. I don't know, they all just seem like cult members. Tentacle. Wait, you're poison. I can kill you. Don't! I can kill you! Yeah! Yeah! Oh my god, cream soda! You're a baby, but oh my god, you're so cool. Wait, I can't wait until you grow up, please. Yes! Oh my god, wait! Bro, cream soda mogged this guy. Mogged by a baby. Actually. Oh, and you learned double team? Yeah, get mogged. Actually get mogged. Holy fuck. Bro got mogged. Okay, what is this? Brawly, a big wave and fight. I'm guessing I'm water type then. So I guess perfect for my Shroomish? Question mark? But yeah. And you know, they have tentacles, like, yeah, whatever. So whatever. Okay, yeah, this is perfect. Some of my Pokemon will evolve today. Mark my words, it will happen. I don't know actually if it will happen, but it will happen. Mark my words. Commands fighting type Pokemon. Oh, fighting. Going against him with normal type Pokemon is asking for trouble. Fighting Pokemon will lay a serious smackdown on normal type Pokemon, so be careful. What's worse, the gym is as dark as the ocean floor. But it will get brighter after... Oh. Okay. That's a neat gimmick, actually. That is a really interesting gimmick. Okay, we have fighting, so my routes could evolve. Dare brush me off, it's not my fault if you cry. Oh my god! Bro, they want to kill me! Wait, you're psychic, right? You're psychic fighting, right? Right? Wait, you're psychic fighting, right? Yeah, you are! Ouch. Wait, what's strong against you, then? I don't even have anything strong against you. Yeah, I have nothing strong against you. I mean, I'll just use Root Beer then, I guess, but... I have nothing strong against you. Cause you're psychic fighting, so yeah. That's not good. That's not good at all. What'd that do? Oh, that's what that do. Yeah, what's their fucking weakness then? That's crazy. I don't know. I actually don't know. Huh. Oh. Their weakness is something I do not have yet. That's cool. That barely broke. That did nothing. That literally did nothing. Where am I? Hello. Oh my god, are you serious? Are you serious? Whatever. Why is there a sailor here? Fuck you. Okay, my chop I can handle. It's that meditate I'm afraid of. Cause I literally don't know what to do against it. Cause I have nothing that's good against it. Not yet. Ouch. No, Cream Soda's slow. Are you serious? Oh my god, I was betting on one-shotting it. Oh, that sucks. That really sucks. Okay, wait, maybe. Okay, whatever. Okay, you're gonna die next turn. Hopefully. I think I'll just use this. Ouch. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's good. That's really good, actually. Okay, yeah, I think Cream Soda needs to evolve, because, they're not doing a lot. You know, but whatever. I guess I'll just tackle you? Like, I don't know what to do. I'm being so for real. I guess, wow, you won't kill it or anything, you know? So whatever. Okay, yay. Like, I have birds, but like, I don't know. Whatever. It's crazy. Oh my god, root beer! Yay, root beer! Let's go! Yeah, let's go root beer! I forgot if I hated this one. Oh, I don't hate this one. It looks goofy. My stuff. Yay, root beer! Oh, mud shot. Okay, what mud shot? Hurls mud at the foe and reduces speed, 55 power, 95% accuracy. And then what's mud slap? 20 power, 100% accuracy. You know what? I'll fuck with the 95%. I'll regret this, but I'll fuck with it. That still did nothing. That still literally did nothing. Why do you have psychic fighting types? That sucks, bro. You mean to pass it has to be through me? I literally can't do anything. Stop showing me your feet. Okay, Makuhita, whatever. Makuhita was actually a contender for a member. And then, I didn't do it. Obviously. No! Okay, no, fuck it. No, please, okay. No, please! Are you serious? I swear to god. Okay, bro. Not very effective, almost killed me. I'm gonna heal. Because why not, you know? I could just buy more, you know? It's fine, whatever. Where's my heal? There it is. Oh, I got super potion. Yeah, whatever. It's fine. Everything is fine. Yeah, see, idiot. Okay, you're not an idiot, please. Okay, you are an idiot. Fuck you. No. Bro, are you serious? Okay, I'll just do this again. Are you fucking serious? I was making still they can't do anything to me. I think that's good. Hopefully. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is good. Yeah, this is good. Okay, so now we just won't do anything to each other. Oh, never mind. Are you serious? Oh my god. Wait, please, kill yourself. Please, in-game. Do it. Please. Please. No. Are you serious? Why am I just getting crit all the fucking time? I swear to god. Whatever, bro. Whatever. Yippee. Vastly overpowered. That still didn't light anything. Like, there's one over here, but still. There's no need for Brawly to be involved. I'll crush you. Damn, bruh. What did I do to you? I did nothing to you. Die. Why do you have this shit? Stop having this shit, please. I hate this shit, actually. Get it away. Ew, you can't do that to me. Oh my god. I swear that did more damage to me than it did to you. I mean, yeah, this is your weakness, but it's level 6. I can't do anything to you. Cause the one that I want to fly, I don't have it yet. I thought I would get it now, but I didn't get it now. So you know what? Whatever. I will just shit on you now. Wow, you died. That's crazy. You know, good enough for me. Where am I? Okay, that's you. Is there anything else before I fight you? Cause this feels like there's more trainer. Yeah, there's trainer. Might is right, come on. And I will kill you or something. So yeah. Yeah. Okay, that should be easy, maybe. Maybe. Oh wait, I'm weak, I forgot. Whoopsies. Whoopsies. Lol. Oh. I see. Ouch. I see. Yeah, I see the problem now. Okay, yeah. Oh wait, yeah? Come on. Come on, please. Yes! You should kill yourself now! In-game. Yeah. Why is this guy Ryukin streets? Why does he look like that? Okay, I killed everyone, I think. Yeah, I killed you. I killed you. Can I go over here? No, but there's nothing there, so yeah, whatever. Okay, I gotta heal now. Oh my god. Why has all this shit been so hype? Like, I don't understand. Why has it all been hype? It's only the second gym. I swear, bro. This shit is gonna suck later, huh? I can already see. I mean, I don't even have my team yet. You know, I'm missing 2 of them, so... And one of them's flying, so, you know... Flying when I don't have fire? Like, bro. That shit is so good. But I need it now. I literally need it now, so whatever. Hello. I'm Brawly, Duper's gym leader. I've been churned in the rough ways of these parts and I've grown tough in the pitch black cave. So you want to challenge me? Let me see what you're made of. Please don't have a Meditite. I don't want that. If you have a Meditite, I swear. Okay, thank you. That's still really fucking strong, you know, but whatever. I should probably double team, but you know what? Whatever. It's fine. Die. Oh my god. Oh wait, that's 40, right? You just kill me? Oh no, you don't. Okay. Yeah. Ouch. Oh, now you killed me. Okay. That sucks. No, to be fair, I can one-shot you with this for some reason. I don't know why. I just can. Okay. Whatever. Hi, Meek. How's it going? Ouch. Oh yeah, I forgot you do that, huh? Okay, I think I need to, like, get a Curlia first off. And then things will be good. Because yeah, this seismic toss sucks. If it doesn't kill you, then I'm just dead, I think. Do I have revives? I don't think I have any. Also, didn't kill you, whatever. I'm dead. Bye. I should've gotten revives. I was like, I should buy something. I didn't get any. Goods, are you winning? No. Because I don't have good Pokemon for fighting right now. Well, I do, but what the fuck? It's weak right now. And it needs to be level 16, and it evolves. But it's not level 16, it's like level 12. Which sucks. Oh yeah, Meditite. Okay. I don't want to sit up against you, but I have to. Wait, hold the line. Hold the line. I could get lucky. I could get very lucky. Probably not, but I could get lucky. I can get lucky, bye. Okay, now it's humiliation ritual. Actually, wait, no. I won't. Yeah, I'll just start over. I'll just start over. No. Okay, yeah, I think I had to just get a lot of revives and then I should be able to win. Or, there's another thing I could do. I could level up my Curlia until, you know, my Rots until I get a Curlia. And, yeah, that's basically, oh wait, I can't get revives. Uh-oh, okay, yeah, I literally had to fight these trainers then. Wish you prefer pitching into sea or a stream? I don't know, I want to kill you. That's all I know. Bruh. Okay, since you're close to leveling up though, when you evolve, that's what I need to know. I think it's like level 16 maybe? Oh, it's level 20? Oh my god. Okay, well, I don't know. I think I just can't be 4 levels lower. Like, honestly. I think that's just it. Because unfortunately I was. But now I'm 3 levels under. So I don't fucking know. What am I doing? I don't fucking know. Ouch. I'm gonna die now. Fuck you. Okay, thank you. Oh my god, that scared me. Whenever, like, the confusion thing shows up, I just get so scared. And then another Magikarp. You know what? Matcha needs levels now. Kill him! Kill him, Matcha, you can do it! One-shot him! I mean, you're not gonna one-shot him because you have Absorb, but one-shot him! Yeah, Z, kill him! Yeah, this is what you deserve! I wonder when you evolve. Actually, I think it's very late. I think I have to keep the Shroomish for like a little bit. Unfortunately. Yay! That did nothing. That gave me no experience. Grr. Oh, and this is what... Oh, okay, that makes sense. You know, that makes a lot of sense, you know? Whatever. I can't go over here. I need my Psychic type to be good. But, you know, Routes is kinda useless. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. A cave! I found a cave. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait. I can get it. I can... No, that's... What the fuck? I mean, that's good. It's not what I want, but it's good. Bye. Well, bye. Yeah, bye. How rare is Abra? That's crazy. Okay, Makuhita. Which, like I said, Makuhita was a contender. I do not want Makuhita, though. I think I'll just go over here. Oh, I need Flash. Okay. Yes! That's what I want! Unfortunately, it'll be useless in a gym battle, but, yeah, no. Wait, what should I do? I use Matcha. Because Grass is weak against flying. And so, yeah. I think if I absorb it, like, you know, it won't do a lot of damage. Okay, whatever. Whatever. You just don't want me to win. Yeah, whatever. Whatever. I don't care. Are you fucking serious? Okay, whatever. Matcha, I swear to God. You just had to hit him once. You literally just had to hit him once. That's all I want you for. Is to hit him once, please. That's literally all you have to do. Oh my God. I swear to God. Literally all you have to do is hit it once. Please. That's all you have to... Bro. Why are you bad? All you have to do is hit it once. Thank you. Okay. That did a lot less damage than I thought. Anyway, goodbye. I did say it'll do no damage. I didn't think it would do that little damage. You know? But whatever, I'll just stun it. Cause, you know, the shitty thing is, Zubat is very squishy. That's why. That's why I feel like I just can't do anything. I'll use root beer, bruh. I'll use root beer, bruh. Yeah, root beer. Yeah. Yeah. I think I really can't do anything to it, though. Yeah, paralyzing it was good. Okay. Yippee! While living in pitch-black caverns, their eyes gradually grew shut and deprived them of vision. They use ultrasonic waves to detect obstacles. Yes! Give it a name! I forgot what I was gonna call it though, because it was something weird. Oh, it was Granini. Yeah, that's what it was. Because it looks like a grape. And they make grape juice. Granini! Wait, and the Zubat's a woman! It's like me. Whoa. That's crazy. Bye. Another one. Okay, level 8, fuck you. I did want you, but fuck you. Bye. The thing is... Hang on, what moves does it have? Because I don't think it'll have good things for the gym. Okay, inner focus, that's good. Adamant nature, I don't know what that means. What moves do you have? Yeah, you only have leech life and supersonic. You don't have anything good right now. So I'm guessing I just have to do the gym and hope for the best. I'm guessing that's all I have to do. So yeah. I will do the gym and I will hope for the best. But considering the Machop does fixed damage on a lot of its moves and all my Pokemon are weak, yeah, no, I basically had to like one-shot it or something. I had to get a better Psychic type move. But I think I don't get a better Psychic type move until Kirlia, so... GG's, you know. I could just go to Zubat just to, like, confuse it. Like the meta type. I could just try to do that. I think what I should do is, double team. I honestly think I should just double team. Because I think it'll, like, buff itself up. So I buff myself up. Yeah, see? Attack and defense rose. But I will not stop here. I will go more. Oh, you're also going more. Yeah, I will go more. And then I will go more. Oh my god. Well, that kind of sucks. That really sucks, actually. And now I'll try to kill you. Yeah. Yeah, oh my god. Now. Why'd that kill me? Oh my god. I don't think it just one-shot me like that, that's crazy. Okay, well then, yeah, that just... That ruins everything. And I can literally just do that, that ruins everything. Cause this won't kill you at all. And you basically, like, two-shot me. Oh my god, wait. Wait. Hold the line. Ouch. No. Whatever, fuck you. I was at full health and it just murdered me. That's insane. Yeah, I had to evolve it, basically. Damn, that sucks. I don't want to do that, bro. That is crazy. Okay, so then I guess my original plan of just not letting it bulk up was good. Because I think it only uses bulk up on the first turn. So if I just use Confusion immediately and then use... I don't know. I don't know what to do. Like, that's just crazy. I leveled up and it still one-shot me. That's insane. That's actually insane. Oh my god. Okay, I don't think he'll kill me, but like... Yeah, whatever. Yeah, whatever, you're gone. Die. Oh my god, that's what I needed. I will switch. I will switch to something bad. They will probably die. But you know, it has to be done. It has to be done. Uh-oh. Oh. Okay, you know what? That's good enough. Yeah, that's good enough. Whatever. Yes. Oh my god, I did so much. That did nothing. Okay, I'll just go to you. Like, I can't risk Watts dying. So I need this. Okay, bro. Why that almost one-shot me? That's bro, that's insane. That's actually insane. Yes. Okay, you're gonna heal probably. Which means I have to heal. So fuck you. Yeah, fuck you. Oh my god. Okay, but the reflect is off. The reflect is off. That's good. Yeah, that's really good. Uh-oh, that's not good. Okay, please. Please. Yes, okay. And Makuhita. I'm gonna try and get Parafusion off, just to make this as annoying as possible. But, I feel like I will just die instantly, you know, so... We'll see. I'll also use Leech Seed. Yeah, that's gonna one-shot me. Oh my god! Yeah, I just need to get as much damage as I can. I just need to get as much damage as I can. Okay, well. Okay, well. Wait. Yes. Yes. Yeah, okay, I'll just tackle. I think that'll do more damage. Okay, that did no damage. No. Okay, now... Oh, you heal? Oh, I didn't know you healed off of this. Are you serious? Oh my god, I didn't know damage to you. Yeah, whatever. Please get the supersonic off, please. Yes, thank you. Now they're dead. Wait, how are they not dead? Oh my god. That restored more health than I thought it would. Okay, and now I switch to root beer. I think I'm in a safe enough position to do this, maybe? Okay, never mind. Yeah, never mind. I got crit. Are you serious? No, I'll go to cream soda. I think it's time I just do confusion. Especially because of the Leech Seed. That did nothing. And now you're dead. Well, Mazala to Granini, who I just got. I had to confuse you, like, this is literally all I could do. Uh-oh. And then I just had to hope for the confusion and the paralysis to just be on my side. Like, there's nothing else I can do. Please, just please hurt yourself once. Thank you. Oh my god. How many turns did that take for that to happen? Okay, now you're in yellow life, right? No, okay, whatever. Please. Yes, thank you. Oh my god, it took so long. I think next turn they snap out of confusion. That did nothing, bro. Oh my god! Wait, are you dead? Oh my god! Wait. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's actually insane. Just checking it, hi Trey. You know which bigger smash than I expected. You swamped me. Bro, I am insane, I think, at Pokemon. Yeah. I am insane at Pokemon, I think. I think that's just it. Why am I good at Pokemon? I don't know. Like Magic makes all Pokemon up to level 30. Yeah, whatever. Use this Techno Machine too. What is this? Is it Vital Throw? Bulk up, okay. Yippee! Wait, I can. What the hell? I didn't know I could do that. Okay, I need to go to the bathroom very badly. So I'm gonna go to the Pokemon Center, heal, and, yeah. That's what I'm gonna do. And then play an ad. But yeah, I need to go very badly. So, BRB. Hello. My stomach fucking hurts. But I am back. I think. But yeah, my stomach, it fucking hurts. So yeah. That's where I am. Mentally. Oh yeah, my tracking is getting fucked up again for some reason. Oh, this sucks. I gotta deal with this for an hour now. But yeah, how are you guys doing? I wonder where I go now. Do I go in that cave? I can't go in that cave, right? Cause I'm in Dewford. Oh, and Rustboro's over there. Yeah, I need to travel. So wait, but I didn't give this thing to the guy, right? Did I? Have you delivered your letter, or were you mean this now? And you go on and deliver the letter. I'll be waiting. I don't know who I delivered the letter to. I don't know who Steven is. Who's Steven? Is he the guy in the cave? Like I don't know who he is. The future is bright. Well, yeah, it is. Who's Steven? Why is my tracking getting fucked up? Why does it do this at night? Like, I have my lamp on and everything. It shouldn't be doing this. But then it just gets fucked up for some reason. I don't know why. Do I have to put it closer, maybe? I feel like that's too close, but whatever. But yeah, who's Steven? I don't know who Steven is. Who the fuck is Steven? Are you Steven? You're not Steven. Who the fuck is it? I don't want to go out there. I know it's gonna be a tutorial. Yeah, I knew it. No. No. No, go away. Go away, please. I don't care. I knew what would happen and I still went up here. Okay, well, fuck you. My Pokemon are alive, right? Hi, Wingman. How's it going? Okay, my Pokemon are alive. I'm gonna put Burb away, because there's, like, literally no point for them to be here. Rocky, yeah, but... Burb, get that shit out. Yeah, get this shit out. Wait, Aro, where do I go now? Who's Steven? I swear I talked to everyone. Who's Steven? I think I did. There's a lot to be said, whatever. Yeah, whatever. Did I talk to you? I did. First time playing in the cave, yeah. And a day of work, well. Because I did the gym, I think sooner than I was supposed to. I can't go to the cave because I don't have Flash. Wait, was there a guy in here? I forgot there's a guy in... Oh, there is a guy in here. It gets awfully dark ahead. It'll be tough. The guy who came by earlier is named Steven. We know how to use... He knew how to use Flash, so he ought to be alright, but, well, for us hikers, helping out those that we meet is our motto. Oh, okay, thank you. I have Flash now, I guess. Yippee! Wait, can Zigzagoon learn Flash? Uh-oh. Wait. If it can't. If it can't, I swear to God. I swear to God if it can't. Matcha can. Yeah, it can. I don't want to teach it to Matcha though. I might have to. I literally think that's the only Pokemon I have. Oh wait, Queen Soda can learn Flash too. I think it's better on you just because you have useless moves right now. I think Matcha doesn't really have useless moves, so yeah. Other than that. And also, I got my Pokemon already, so, I will also... Where the fuck is it? There it is. Yeah. Yeah, okay, thank you. Yippee! Yeah, thank you. Okay, well, I can't go up there, that sucks. And I found a ball. Okay, well, that's cool, I guess. Bye. Damn, only 2 more Pokemon and then I have my team. That's crazy, actually. That's crazy to think about. I already have, like, most of my team. Which, again, it's crazy to think about. I didn't think I would have a lot of them already. And I do. Okay, it thinks me looking here is me looking straight for some reason, but, for context, I'm looking to my left. And it thinks I'm looking, like, straight. That's so weird. I mean, now I'm looking straight. Yeah, and look, see, I don't know why my tracking fucks up late at night. What the hell? I don't do that. But thank you. My tummy hurt. I think it was because of how much water I drink, but my tummy hurt. Help me. Hello. My name is Steven. I'm interested in rare stones, so I travel here and there. A letter for me. Well. Okay, thank you. You went through all this trouble to deliver that. I need to thank you. Let me see, I'll give you this TM. It contains my favorite move, Steel Wing. Can Pokemon appear quite capable? If you keep training, you could even become the champion of the Pokemon League one day. That's what I think. I know, since we gotten to know each other, let's register one another in our Pokédex. No, thank you. Whatever. Bye. Okay, what type of move is Steel Wing? Is it? Oh, it is Steel. I do not think... Whoa, 5 streak. I do not think, Zubat can learn Steel Wing. I am going to be on... I mean, I'll give it to it, I guess. If it can, just so it has a move, but... Oh, it can! Yippee! What's I gonna do too? I need Repel. Yippee. I have Repel. Okay, I'm assuming I just need to go back now. Which sucks. Because, No, I don't want to use another one. I'm gonna regret this. I already regret it. Sableye? What the fuck? Wait, that's crazy. Wait, what's weak to you? Or what are you weak to? Because you're rock, right? Water then. Okay, whatever. Yeah, whatever. I'll just run away. Are you serious? The ladder's right there, bro. Why am I finding Abras so much? No, bye. That's crazy. That's actually just insane. Okay, but no. Bruh. 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 I swear to God, please. Bruh. Please, I swear. Just run. Thank you. Grr. I should have used it. It would have just been one more. And then things would be fine. Bruh. Okay, thank you. I gotta leave. I hate you. I think... Yeah, bye. Bye. Okay, I will heal my Pokemon, because Oh, hello, Solaria. It's Roxanne of Rustboro City. I heard from Brawley that you're moving up to the ranks of trainers at an incredible clip. I did not think that I can't beat you. I promise I'll shape up my gym so that you may challenge us again. I hope you'll be looking forward to the occasion as much as me. Okay. Thank you. Bye. I'm just gonna, like, heal my Pokemon, because I don't know what I have to do now. What do I do now, actually? Oh no. Sorry, I keep moving because my stomach actually is hurting. But I don't want to end stream. But my stomach is hurting. Where is that road? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where am I going? What the fuck? When do I learn serve? I need serve so bad. Hello. Before you meet in Slateport, I'm supposing we're going to visit Captain Stern and deliver that. Yeah, that. Where the fuck is Captain Stern? Who the fuck is Captain? Oh, you're all trainers? Okay, I should have killed you guys then. I didn't know you guys were trainers. I guess I should have just fought you. Zigzagoon. Enough for a while. I guess. What the fuck? I guess. Oh my god, I got served jump scared. Yeah, no, if Matcha evolved, I would be super effective against you, but they're not evolved right now, so I guess they'll just kill you now or something. I don't know. What is this child's problem? Why would you teach us Zigzagoon serve? That's crazy. No. No. Steal his life. Yeah, basically I just need all my Pokemon to like evolve already. Are you serious? That's what I'm learning. Like, that's really what I'm learning. Once my Pokemon evolve, like, bruh. Are you serious? I flinched, I missed, but like, you know, I put down the leech seed, so whatever. Bro, I swear to God. Bro. It's gonna live off of 1 HP. See, I told you. Bro. All you had to do was hit it. Thank you. Oh my god. Why are you bad at hitting things? I know you're shroomish, but like, I don't think you're supposed to be like that. Having your matches to me when I'm not at all thirsty, I guess. Your Zigzagoon is crazy. Battle with me? Oh, what? What? I didn't know there's a little girl there. Oh my god. They set up like so many double battle traps. It's kind of crazy. Okay, I don't think I have anything good against flying type yet. And yeah, no, I definitely don't. So I will just do this. And then I will switch with Matcha. And we will see how this goes. Ouch. Bro, what is your problem? Yeah, you deserve that. Like, actually, what is your problem? You will confuse this guy, and then you will fucking absorb this guy. There we go, it should be good. It should be good now. What is your issue, though? What is this game's issue? Actually, though. I feel like this game is so rude. Like, is that just me? I don't know. I feel like it's so rude. Like, the way I had to play to win, like, I don't know. It felt so rude. What I had to do. No! Oh wait, you know what I should be doing? Why am I not doing this? It's cause I'm stupid, that's why. I knew it. I knew it. No, you're dead. No. That's what I should have done. I should have switched you out immediately. Because I knew you weren't gonna hit. Whatever. Oh wait, I have this now. Goodbye. And I have this now. Goodbye. I need an grass type move. Cause this does nothing. This really do nothing. Please, let's hurry up and die, thank you. Wee. Yeah, it's not gonna do anything. You know what? Just, yeah, you know, just, like, be funny, I guess. And now you're dead. What the hell? I knew you were squishy now, but oh my god. I think you always stay squishy, right? Whatever. I don't have a lot of potions for this. I don't even have revives. Do I? Yeah, I don't. I mean, the Curler shouldn't have been in the front anyway. It should have been Granini. I don't know why I keep calling it a Curlia. Yes, please, thank you. They're beating my ass. Cream soda should not have been in the front. But yeah, they're beating my ass, please. Please, what the hell? Mr. Ricky, I'm out of yeah, what? This is so great. Okay, bye. I don't like it when you call me. It's like Heart Gold, Soul Silver, except they force me to respond. And I don't want to do that, you know? Sometimes I just don't want to talk to people, and you're forcing me to talk, so it's like, whatever. Why are you doing that to me? I don't want to do that. Fuck you. Wait, what? Yeah. Who the fuck is whatever the fuck his name is. I don't know his name. He has a name. I don't know his name. Slateport, yeah. Captain Stern. Yeah, who the fuck is Captain Stern? I don't know that guy. Thank you for fighting me. And how have you ever fight me? What's wrong with you? Wingle, you know, if I had a electric type, this would be really good, but I don't, so... Wait, but you're also water. I mean, this is bad. Yeah, because you're water, why am I doing this? Ouch. Okay, yeah, fuck you. Thank you. Bro, that did nothing. That literally did nothing. Okay, you know what, whatever. Where's Root Beer? I just have to bring out Root Beer, like, I don't know. Like, I literally can't do anything. I mean, Root Beer's almost evolves. Not evolved, leveled up. So yeah, it's fine. Yeah, see, bro. I just need to use Root Beer. That's really it. Root Beer solves all problems, actually. Oh, and Matcha level 14, yeah. And then Machop. Good thing I fucking healed you. Oh my god. I don't like you. I really don't like you. Okay, good. You know, that's all I have to say. All I have to say is I don't like you and they die. I don't know. 6 more levels. You're the best. 6 more levels. I feel under-leveled. I don't know if that's true though, but I feel under-leveled. Who the fuck are you? Doesn't a beach umbrella look like a giant fly? What the fuck? Bro. They're tricking me. There are just traps everywhere. Actually. These are like the wrong Pokemon that I do not want at all here. Why? Get away. I'm wondering. Oh, well that sucks. Oh, well that sucks. And nothing I can do about that. Actually, I mean, there is one thing I can do about this. Hi, Souffle, how's it going? It's literally, that. Are you serious? Okay, thank you. Please just die. Okay, bro, whatever. I 2 levels higher, I can't one-shot it. That sucks. I know Rod sucks, but oh my god. Whatever. Just relaxing after a long stream? That's nice. I'm suffering. Yeah. Bruh. Bruh. I feel like a lot of these teens are made just to be so annoying. I don't know. Hang on, do I have a berry for this? For poison? And confusion? Actually, I think I just need it for confusion. Poisoning... No, I do not. I had to suffer. Okay. Yeah, I had to suffer. Okay. That's cool. Yeah, that's really cool. Me with my track record, and I had to suffer. Okay, whatever. Look. Oh my god. Wait. Let's go. I hate you! I hate you so much! Thank you! Oh my god, it took so long to kill the first one! Like, whatever. I don't even care anymore. Bro. Bro, this battle's taking so long because of the confusion. The confusion won't go away for some reason. I haven't snapped out of it yet. It's actually insane. Okay, thank you, you're stupid. But please. Like, bro. What do I do out? What do I do? Thank you. Oh my god, thank you. It took so long. I hate you. This battle feels like the longest battle of my life. It actually feels like the longest battle of my life. Because nothing is dying. And then what do you have? Another 0? Yeah, whatever. This actually is the longest battle of my life. I don't know what else to say. Because of the poison and everything. Oh my god, thank fuck. Thank fuck. Fuck you, poison. I will stay alive. I will stay alive. I don't care. Please. Just hurry up. Bro. I've been on this fight for I think like 10 minutes. I think it's only been like 10 minutes. Thanks for the boom. You know what? Maybe I should have turned off the animations. Whatever. Whatever, it's fine. Ow. I got bonked. Oh my god, thank you. Finally. Actually, the most annoying fight of my life. Why am I registering you? Fuck you. I don't have anything for poison. Hi DKG Gaming, how are you doing? I need to go back. I don't have anything for poison. So I will go back. I can't do anything. You're doing good? That's good. I'm suffering. I think I missed a Pokemon I wanted. But at the same time, I don't know. I can look it up. Actually, no, I don't think I have, because I think it's later. Stop! Please, bro. Everything. Just everything's going on right now. I had the most annoying fight because we both weren't doing anything to each other. So it just took like 5 minutes. Of just me not doing anything to them and then not doing anything to me. And like, bro, I need my Pokemon to evolve. That's literally what I need. Oh my god. Want a little tip? Sure. What's that tip? I'm suffering. I want that thing. That ball. I want that. I want that item. Give it to me. Okay, I thought you... Talk to one of the girls with the pink floaties. Oh, this one? You can have this. Whoa. Thank you. What does that stand? What'd that do? Is it here? Yeah. Oh, an item that raises the power of ground type moves. Oh. I mean, I guess you could have this then. I don't know. Yippee! Okay, so I talk to you. The water around these parts is clean, but I get my zigzagging to pick up litter from the shorelines at times. Dirty water becomes rain and joins our rivers which we drink from. If we leave the sea, it all comes back to haunt us eventually. I mean, yeah. Oh, that's the city. I want to see if there's more, though. Oh, yeah, here. What is this? Whether you're hot to trot or cold, cat not, chill at my papa spot. Okay, what is this? Have you given Steven the letter? Yeah. I'm the owner of the Seashore House, but you can call me Mr. C. What I love above all is to see hot Pokemon battles. Let me see that your heart burns hot. If you can defeat all the trainers here, I'll reward your efforts. Okay. Is there 3 of them, or do you count as one? Actually, I got great my Pokemon art, but don't cry. Please don't be higher level than me. Everything sucked. Okay, you know, if it's a single battle, it should be fine. We talked to Mr. Stone again, and he'll give me an XP share to make grinding less of a headache. Oh, really? Wait, Mr. Stern or Mr. Stone? Or that guy up there? I don't know what his name is. Who are you? Oh yeah, Azrael. Sorry, I didn't remember what it was. The guy who gave you the letter for Steven? Oh. So, wait, I had to go all the way back then. Whatever. What is that emote? Sabu, what is that emote? It's a 2, but a lot of people miss that item. I mean, I'll do it because I have a Zubat that I want to level up, so yeah, but yeah. Aiden, oh. I can barely see it. Wait. Is Azrael not water? Or is it water something else? Is it normal? Wait, that's insane. I mean, I still have... If you don't mind me asking... what made you pick Mudkip? I chose Fire type for... Fire Red and Soul Silver. And so I just thought... I don't want to pick Fire type 3 times in a row, so I chose Mudkip. But I do like Torchic and Mudkip the most. I don't like Trico at all, so yeah. But yeah, that's the only reason. Bro. At least I put the lead seed, but bro. Okay, you know what? That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. I was wondering why it was taking so long to kill Azrael. And now it's too wise, because I don't have my fighting type yet. I would have been Meryl. I'm a Torchic user. Yeah, I was debating to use Torchic, but yeah, like I said, I already used Fire type 3 times in a row, or 2 times in a row, so I didn't want to do it again. But Charizard was cool, and so was Typhlosion. No, Mudkip's like 100 times easier. I still like my Fire Chicken. Wait, Mudkip is better? I didn't know that. I like I said, this is my first time playing like the Pokemon franchise. I played all the Switch ones, so then I just thought to come back and do this because I didn't grow up with Pokemon, unfortunately. So yeah, hi Hunter, how's it going? And so yeah, now I'm just playing this. And suffering. I mean, not really suffering, I don't know. The second gym was hard just because Routes is bad. I needed to evolve. I might give the EXP share to Routes, to be honest, instead of, but yeah. You drove for nearly 6 hours? What the fuck? In Emerald, there's like one required grass trainer that isn't your rival? Really? That's crazy. That's actually crazy. Boring battles aren't worth the effort. Fiery hot battles are what toughen out trainers and Pokemon. But huh. Oh, Goldeen. Okay, I can kill this one easily. With my Absorb. I need Matcha to get better moves too. Oh yeah, also I go for theme naming, like theme names. For Soul Silver, it was Candy. For Fire Red, it was nothing. But yeah. Those are the seeds. Oh, it's a set amount of health, so you can't just... Okay, I see. You know, that kind of makes sense. I feel like each seed would be too broken then. But yeah. I didn't know it was a set amount of health. Rats only really gets good when it pulse fully. Yeah. I know. I kind of knew that because I used Gardevoir in, you know, the Switch games. And I know Rots and Curly are bad. So yeah. I mean, to be fair, Shroomish is too. Shroomish is also bad. Like, until evolves into Breloom. So yeah, I'm just kind of suffering for early game. And maybe I'll have a good end game, I don't know. We'll see. I don't know what'll happen. I have terrible luck, so, you know, you can probably bet against me and win. Nothing will be as terrible explode. Can I even do anything to you? I don't think so, but I'll do this. Yeah, I can't do anything to you, okay. I mean, you're weak to flying, but it's water, so it's like, I don't know. You have ground, you do nothing to it. Yeah. I don't know. I really can't do anything until I get the electric type, and then I'll get going. My last type, or my last Pokemon will also be crucial though, is the thing. So it is kind of funny. We all kind of just help each other, huh? Like the way I want my team to be. But, oh my god, it just sucks. It just sucks that I had to suffer this much. Oh well. Best Pokemon, Piplup. I don't think I'm choosing Piplup. Spoilers. What monster are you looking out for? I don't want to spoil them, because I think someone doesn't want me to spoil them. Actually, I think a lot of people don't want me to spoil them. But yeah. Basically anyone with a drink name, that's who I'm using. Rocky is not a drink, if you're confused. But yeah. Oh my god, Rots, please one-shot it. I know you're not going to, but please one-shot it. Please. I need this. I need battles not to take forever, please. Oh my god. If I had to go back and heal... Okay, I was gonna say, if I had to go back and heal, I'll just like, I don't know. Go get the XP share. And I'm a Chab, okay, whatever. Actually, this still sucks for Cream Soda, but whatever. Oh, okay. I think that would happen, but whatever. I wonder how to get Machops. Like, where do you even get Machop? Like, I don't want it because I already used Machamp, but yeah. Luckily, Fairy type is in the thing, so Poison won't do. Yeah. I can't believe Poison was introduced in X and Y. I thought it was Black and White. I thought it was introduced way earlier than it was. You're scorching hot, those battles blades, I wouldn't have satisfied, but as thanks for showing me your hot streak, I want you to take these. Oh, okay, thanks for the soda. I love this. Yay, okay. Do I really want to go back? I mean, yes, I do. Okay, whatever. Take me back. I don't want to grind. Please. You can't have my Pokemon, by the way. TikTok chat. I think I'm shadow banned on TikTok. I honestly think I am. Because, I'm getting no interactions anymore, so I might have to make a new TikTok account, sadly. Whoopsies. Whoopsies. I'm going so slow. I'm going so slow. Wait. I just realized I'm in the first town, aren't I, right? I mean, kind of. I don't want to be here, though. Whatever. Okay, I go over here. I forgot how to go in the forest. I think I just go up here. My luck is so bad. Oh my god. This is why I didn't want to come back. I'm gonna have, like, 10 battles before I can even get out of the forest. And I don't want to use Repel, even though I think there's a shop, actually. I will use the Repel. I only have 2 more. Yippee. I love having 2 repels. To be fair, I need to buy more things too. So yeah, whatever. Where am I? Not here, okay. I wonder when I get the bike. Because it's actually been so long since I got in the bike. Huh. That's crazy. Oh, thank you. I need this. Give me something. Give me potion. I need a lot of potion, not that much. Yeah, maybe like 6 or something. Yeah. And then I need antidote. I'll take like 4 of them. Yeah. Actually, they're cheap. I should have taken more. Whatever. And then I'll take this many repels. Bye. And now I have to talk to the guy again, apparently. So I will go do that. I think this is the wrong building. Right, so what over here? This guy. I can't move. So my controller kind of has drift. And so when I hold up and then go left immediately, it doesn't really register sometimes. And so sometimes that'll just happen. I'm getting back into Pokemon recently because I beat a ROM hack that I struggled with. What was the ROM hack? I want to play Infinite Fusion after I play all the Pokemon games again. Yippee! Okay, I think I'll either give this to my Rots or my Zubat. Or my Kirlia or my Zubat. I think I'll give it to Zub. No. I mean... Because how do you get friendship fast? They need to be my lead, right? Radical Red. Wait, yeah, I've heard of Radical Red. I heard it was hard. I can't use it. Hang on. Here you go, have item. Where is it? Yeah, here you go. Yay! But yeah. I'm pressing left, bro. This is what I mean. This is what I mean. I need to get a new controller for my PC. I wanted to use my Switch 2 controller, but I think a lot of emulators don't connect to it yet. And it sucks. That's how I got a level 8 Lucario in Black 2. Just run around to the Mr. Lead. Okay, I see. So then I should get the XP share the routes. I understand. I'm understanding. I shiny only Radical Red one? Bruh. Why would you do this? I don't want to do that, ever. I don't like suffering. Sometimes I do, but not all the time. Where is it? Wait, did I take it? Oh, there it is. EMV. Radical Red mix. Oh. That's good, at least. Okay, now to go all the way back. And I'm impatient, so this sucks. I love being impatient. Oh, wait, it's easy. Oh, wait, yeah, that was easy. Okay, whatever. I love being impatient. Oh, wait, that was easy. What the fuck? Okay, whatever. Wait, do we just go immediately to Dewford? Wait, that's crazy. Or Dewford, whatever. The only part that sucks super hard is getting a shiny star. 2 hours for me to box my starter halfway my luck is very horrible. Like I said, so I've literally never found a shiny. Except the ones that the game gives to me. So yeah. Actually, the only time I found natural shinies was in ZA, but I think it's super easy in ZA anyways, so... Yeah. My luck is bad. Though, I think after people watched my Fire Red playthrough, I think people understood what I meant when I said my luck is bad. Because I just kept getting crit, I kept missing, and just so many things that could go wrong just went wrong. Like, if it could go wrong, it literally just went wrong. Like, I don't know. I want this! Wait, it's $3,000, I don't have enough money. Sorry, I answered you with my money. On the energy guru, I'll go for it and tell you what you need. Well, oh, this is, oh, I see. That's how I get my protein, my vitamins. If you ever want any shiny starter to play Soul Silver Heart Gold, because you can see if it's shiny in the selection screen. Oh yeah, I played Soul Silver. I didn't get a shiny starter, but I did play Soul Silver. The house reaches dozens of miles away, and if it doesn't start a Pokemon in the sea. But yeah, I did play Soul Silver. So his name is Captain Stern. I'm guessing he's a sailor, but I don't know where he is. I'll just talk to everyone, because I don't know. They maybe give me good things. I don't know. It's indicating the Slateport City. You must be... Wait, what? You're a trainer, aren't you? It's indicating Slateport City. You must be going to the battle tent. What the hell is the battle tent? What is this? Who are you? What is this? Stern oh. Okay. Where is he? Are you Captain Stern? Where does this thing go? And what about that Doohickey? I can't make heads or tails of this. I'm Doc. Captain Stern commissioned me to design a ferry. Oh, that there are the Devon goods? This one too. Captain Stern went off somewhere. He said he had some work to do. Could I get you to go find Captain Stern and deliver that to him? Okay. You need to go fight soon for a good item. If it's difficult, I don't think I can do it. My Pokemon skill is not that good. It's getting better every single game, but it's still not great, you know? So, yeah. Take with that of what you will. Is he here? I don't think he's here. Who the fuck are you? Skitty! I'm the chairman of the Pokemon fan club. Oh no, not you! Please. The events for run control of Pokemon for the world to see, however, they're held in Fallout Town, so I cannot participate often enough. That is why we got here to show off our Pokemon and to have others show us theirs. I don't want to be here. I hate that guy. Name read. Oh. I don't need that. Oh, that's Pokemon tent? Yeah, battle tent. Okay. I see. I understand. I'm going to come in a battle tent too, but before that I need to catch some Pokemon. I can- who's this fat guy? I just bush I hiked from Marble City, but boy, this city is huge. If I'd known this, I would have ridden my bike here. Warmer. Oh, is it here? Hello? During the bottom of the sea, I wonder what that could be like. I'd have to go deep underwater like that someday. Oh, he's in a battle tent then. Is that too small for me? If I squeezed in there, it wouldn't be enough room for the captain. Who are you? I beg your pardon, looking for a ship? I'm sorry, the freight service isn't available at present. What the hell? What's wrong with me? What's wrong with you? Wait, I think I can get a Pokemon I want here. Which should I choose? Make a beeline for Mauville on Cycling Road or take the low road and look for a Pokemon? I want to look for a Pokemon. Hello, what is this? I can't walk on Cycling Road, it's too dangerous? Oh. Okay. I think there's a Pokemon I want here, though. Which will make my life easier. Yes! Oh my god, I found it instantly. Do I have anything that can paralyze? I do. And also, you won't do anything to it this either, so... yeah. Get stunned, idiot. Yippee! I'm gonna absorb you, even though I have a great ball, so I don't think I need to do this. Oh my god, yeah, I'm... Oh, wait, that was a crit. I'm still not gonna attack you. I don't care. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. Yeah, whatever, great ball. I'm scared. Yippee! Electric? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, was I gonna name it? Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna name it. It generates electricity using friction from the atmosphere and seasoned with especially arid air. Its entire body blazes with violent showers of sparks. Oh, that doesn't sound good. Why am I naming it this? There are better names for this, but I'm naming it this. Like, bro, okay. Like, yeah, it fits in the same, but bro, there's better names for this. Gatorade. Yippee. Hang on. I need to see... I need to see where this one is. This Pokemon that I want. I need to see where it is, because I might have missed it. I did miss it. Fuck. The real name was Monster Energy? No! I didn't know it was there! Oh my god, I missed it! I'm gonna have to go back on stream and get it, but whatever. Oh, hello! You know, I'm gonna heal just in case, but yeah, whatever. Fuck you, I don't know where. Yeah, there we go. Hannah Panda 16, thanks for the follow, honk honk. I hope you're doing okay. Actually, I could just give it the XP share too. Interesting. Okay, but the one I missed, I had to get off stream. It's a Slackoss. That's what I wanted. I didn't know it was 5% in the woods. I want to get going to Slateport and kick up a ruckus. Team Aqua's activities, we can't talk about them yet. This is my first job after joining Team Aqua. It's a little scary. Team Aqua's actions should bring smiles to people's faces. Okay. That's cool. Is it this guy? I'm going to compete in the battle tent too. I need it. Okay. Is it in here? Is he in here? Is it this old man? I don't name. Oh no, it's not you. Bye. Also, I don't think Monster Energy would have fit. I'm gonna be honest with you. Okay, so what do I have to do? Do I have to do the battle tent? I'm regarding the Battle Swamp tournament. Would you like to take the Battle Swamp challenge? No. I really won't. I couldn't find myself any Pokemon that were like for me, so I figured like, hey, I should file a complaint to the guy there. And he would hear me out, like, hey, so, like, total bummer, man. Hey, like, you zip it, you know? Just, you know, take this. Oh. What this? What this? That's like TM41, you know? Hey, it's Torment, you hearing me? Like, it won't let the other guy use the same move twice in a row, see? Hey now, you listen here, like, I'm not laying a Torment on you. Wait, so Torment is just useless on the Pokemon I want. Should I go back and catch it? Like, try to catch it? Because that will be the rest of the stream. I'm letting you know right now, me going back to try and catch a Slackoss, that's gonna be the rest of the fucking stream. You know what? I think it's funnier this way. I honestly think it's funnier this way. I did not know you could get it that early. And that is crazy to me. But yeah, I think it's funnier this way. Bro, you saw how bad the Routes 5% was. Now let's get ready for the Slackoss 5%, you know? It's gonna get even crazier. Where am I? That'll work, right? Yeah. But yeah, it's good. You saw the Rod's 5% was bad? Bro, get ready for this. Actually, get ready for this. Bro, it's getting crazy. Oh, hello, where am I? Where's it? Where's it? Where's it? Where is it? There we go. I can't believe in all the fights I've had, I still haven't found it yet, though. Yeah, okay, Poochyena, yep. What I was expecting. Yeah. Bro, off stream, I'm really gonna have to just fight wild Pokemon for like 2 hours to get it to where everyone else is. Yeah, okay, Wormhole. Bro, I'm getting wormed again. Release me! Release me! And I should give it the XP share. I'll probably just get it to like level 10 and I'll be like, you know what, good enough for me, and I give it the XP share. That's literally what I'll do. Release me! Please! Please release me! I told you, you thought the Rod's 5% was bad. No, you haven't seen anything yet. I'm so glad I put a fast Pokemon in front too. I'm so glad I did that. But, bro... What's the Poochyena chance? I wonder. Release me! I only had to do this once. Like, what the fuck is this? I only had to do it once more. And I'm suffering. I'm suffering doing it. 2 5% Pokemon on a team? Like, what do you want me to do? I got that guy. I know I could get 2 people here, but I got that guy right there. That guy, he's cool. But yeah. Release me! I can't believe 2 Pokemon I wanted on my team are 5% chances. Why did I want this? Why would I do this to myself? If I knew I would have done this to myself, I would have, you know, wanted it. But like, I can't change the team now, cause like, you know, what if there's something... I don't know. I don't know. I could get a ghost type maybe, I guess, but like... Slacking can learn Shadow Ball, so like, why would I do that if it's immune to ghost type moves, and then it can damage ghost types pretty easily, you know? Like, that's why I wanted it. But you know, release me! But yeah, like, and also its stats are pretty good. Even though I heard it kinda sucks to use because, you can only attack every other turn. But like, I don't know if that means that you can't buff yourself up on like the next turn or what. But you know... that means something. I don't know what it means, but it means something. I don't know. You know what? It's better to do this now than later, I guess. You know, it really is. And I just thought it would be funnier to do this now. Release me! But yeah, is this what like people who like stream shiny hunting like do? Like, is this literally what they do? And people watch this shit? That's crazy, I could never watch this. I could literally never watch this, actually. I don't know, you're just kind of running in a straight line. Waiting for the thing you want. And like, yeah, I don't know how you do this without going insane. Actually. How do you do this without going insane? That's crazy. Give me my Pokemon, please. I need something good. Bro! Hang on. I need to see. Okay. It is here. I thought they were lying to me for some reason. But no, it is here. Okay. Why am I doing this to myself? What am I doing? I don't know. Hang on, I will watch a YouTube video. Just to make sure they're not lying to me.
Patch of grass here, you have a nice 5.
Because funny. Oh, it's a specific patch of grass? Wait, that's crazy. I thought it could be any. But apparently it has to be this one. Which is insane. Whatever. Die. You know what? Thank you, YouTube video. Thank you for telling me. I would have wasted an hour of my life. I already am wasting an hour of my life. Release me. If I see one more Poochyena, I will not like this Pokemon anymore. I'm being so for real. That's all it takes. That's literally all it takes. If I see one more, I will not like this Pokemon. That's pretty... Okay, bro. Okay, bro. I see how it is. Fuck you. I hate you. Get away from me. Give me something. That's a cocoon. I don't want this guy. This woman. I don't want it. Please. Release me. Please. That's a Shroomish. I already have that guy. My Shroomish is better. I love how it looks though, but yeah. Please. I'm never getting anything with a 5% encounter rate ever again. You saw how long the rods took? Bro. I knew this would be worse. Especially because there's more Pokemon in here, I think. I mean, there definitely is. There's a Poochyena, Wurmple, Cascoon, Shroomish. Like, bro. What am I to do? How do I up the encounter rate? I don't think I can do that. Oh well. I'm suffering. Release me! I'm gonna get this guy, he's gonna be level 5. I'm like, bro. I had to do shit off stream. Like, why? Why do I have to do this? Release me! Thanks for the boot. No, don't attack it. Release me! Please. 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 No! Worm! Stop playing with your worm. I don't want this worm. Get that shit away from me, please. Please, 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 please. No! Why am I finding so many Shroomishes now? I already got mine. Worm. Get that worm away from me. Get that shit, bro. Get that shit away from me. Okay, bro. Why are there so many bugs? You know what? I'm gonna watch the YouTube video again just to make sure. Even though I'm pretty sure. Even though I'm pretty sure it's not lying to me. But yeah. I will watch this YouTube video again.
Grass pretty much everywhere.
Is it really this one? Yeah, okay, whatever. 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 I told you, this would literally be the rest of the stream. I literally told you. Stream ends once I get my fucking sloth. I will literally end the stream immediately. I don't care. I will end it on the Pokemon victory music. Because funny. But yeah, I need that shit, you know? And all I'm getting are cocoons and mushrooms and hyenas. For some reason. Why are hyenas here? What the fuck? Why are hyenas in the forest? Oh my god! I won't attack it. I literally won't attack it. I will paralyze it though. Even though that's probably like more than what I had to do, but whatever. You know? Whatever. Get paralyzed, idiot. Yeah. Name this one Dagger. I'm not. I told you I'm doing a drink thing. Why would I name it Dagger? Dagger's not a drink. He will like the name I give her though. Are you serious? I had to attack you? Oh, I don't want to attack you. No, I'll just use another one. And if this one's bad, then I will attack you. Okay, I had to attack you. Wait, who's weak as fuck? I asked someone who's weak. You. You're probably dead. Oh my god. I got a crit. Okay, and then don't get a crit. Just do not get a crit. Okay, whatever, bro. I feel like everything I do will just kill it. I don't know. Oh my god. Oh my god. Thank you. It sleeps virtually all day and night long. It doesn't change its nest its entire life, but it sometimes travels great distances by swimming in rivers. I will. Look, you're gonna like the name I give it. Yeah. Coffee is 2 S and 2 E's, right? Yeah, that's coffee. Is that how you spell coffee? Yeah, that's how you spell coffee. Yeah. You guys give terrible names. I'm being so for real. All of you suck at naming. Dan, no wonder Anna like gets pissed off all the time. And that is the one. Anyway. Anyway. Anyway, fuck all of you. All you do is give bad names. But yeah, I'm ending now. Good night, good night. Anyway, yeah, let's see. What am I doing? Tomorrow, no stream, it's Monday. I think I have a lot of things I can edit from this stream alone, actually, which is really funny. You know, if I remember them, yeah. And then Tuesday, I'm gonna be playing more Majora's Mask, so that'll be fun. And then Wednesday, it'll be more Emerald, and then that'll be fun, and that'll be the first half of the week. Saturday, I do wanna try and get a collab going, if I can stream, but you know, we'll see. I'll probably find out like tomorrow, but yeah. Anyway, let me find someone to raid. I hate that I had to fucking, I don't know, waste so much time trying to catch this guy. Now I have to waste so much time leveling him up. But yeah, whatever. Should I raid someone playing Emerald, or should I raid someone else? If someone's doing a Nuzlocke, I'll raid them, because they probably do not care about anything at all, so yeah. May I suggest a raid? Sure, you may suggest a raid. It's gonna get but they're chill. Okay, yeah, you could suggest a raid. Who should I raid? Okay, I'll raid that guy. Who are they playing? What are they playing? They're playing horror games. Well, wait, this guy was in my recommended. Whatever, I'll raid him. Yeah, whatever. Yay, there you go. And yeah, I will go now to bed or eat. Yeah, anyway, goodbye.